pharmacy. I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting. I also would like to take a moment as we continue through the pandemic to not only thank our staff, but thank all of our pharmacists and technicians that are out there for the incredible job that they're doing in not only day-to-day in filling prescriptions and taking care of patients in their various workplaces, but also as being providers for COVID vaccines. And that is really both our pharmacists and our techs as technicians have started giving. I think that 2021 will be a pivotal year for us professionally as we come together as a profession to really come to the aid of all of our communities. As always, I'll start with the mission statement, and that is to promote, preserve, and protect public health, safety, and welfare by fostering the provision of quality pharmaceutical care to the citizens of Texas through the regulation of the practice of pharmacy, the operation of pharmacies, and the distribution of prescription drugs in public interest. I will ask board members to make sure that you do keep your video cameras on. We want to make sure that we're engaged for the entire meeting. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Allison for roll.
All right. Julie Spear.
Here.
Donnie Lewis.
Here.
Jenny Yoakum.
Here.
Rick Fernandez.
Here.
Daniel Guerrero. He'll be joining us later. Lori Pinkey.
Here.
Brad Miller.
Here.
Donna Montemayor.
Here.
Chip Thornsberg. He's not here. Suzette Tiarina.
Here.
And Rick Tisch.
Here.
All right, thank you. And I'd also real quick like to just introduce our new finance manager. Raul Pacheco was our finance manager for the last few years, and he retired a few days ago, January 31st. And we have hired Ann Dew, so you'll see her on the screen, and she'll be giving a presentation in a little bit on our budget and finance issues. But she comes to us with a lot of experience from the governor's office, and she's been here since early December, and we are very excited to have her helping us out in the finance department, and she's doing a great job. She's very knowledgeable, and so we are just so thrilled to have her. So you'll be hearing from her in a little while.
Thank you, Allison. Our next order of business is the discussion and approval of minutes. You'll note that there are 3 sets of minutes, and all board members were given these previously so that they could be reviewed. That is our board member training session that was held on November 2nd, the public hearing that was held on November 3rd, and then the business meeting that was held also on November 3rd after the public hearing. Can I get a motion to accept?
I'll make
So
a motion
moved.
to accept.
Second.
Okay, I heard Donnie make the motion, and who was my second?
Brad. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Brad.
Who was the, Brad was the second?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we have Donnie as with a motion and Brad with the second. Allison, will you take a roll vote, please?
Donnie Lewis.
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum.
Yes.
Rick Fernandez.
Yes.
Lori Hinkey.
Yes.
Brad Miller.
Yes.
Donna Montemayor.
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina.
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we're going to take public comment. We do have one individual, Sarah Wallace from TSHP, that would like to speak to us. You want to bring her in? There she is. Sarah, we'll have 3 minutes opportunity if you'd like to address the board.
Thank you so much for your time. I don't think I'll need all 3 minutes, just for the record. But good morning. Yes, my name is Sarah Lake Wallace. I'm here to represent the Texas Society of Health System Pharmacists. And we really just wanted to take a brief moment to share our appreciation for the board's willingness to discuss agenda item 6.8 concerning white and brown bragging. TSHP really looks forward to the board's discussion on this important issue, which is a significant concern to our members and we believe to patients as well. We believe that the redispensing of drugs that require preparation or compounding poses a significant risk to patients, and we are actively exploring avenues to address this issue. When we feel that it is in the vein that the board has always taken towards putting patients first and looking for those options that balance all those. So we just look forward to any thoughts on this issue, and as we consider our next steps as to what to do best, and we welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with the board as they explore it. That's all I got. Thank you. If there's any questions for me.
Any questions for Sarah? Well, Sarah, thank you for coming before the board, and we appreciate all that you do with TSHP and the profession.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move over to our beginning of our rules session, and I will ask Megan to lead us through the rules for final adoption.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As always, in the rule PDFs, there are bookmarks with links to the lines that have edits. And then you have also received copies of the orders and the preambles for the rules that are up for adoption today. First, we have D.1.1, amendments concerning non-pharmacist pharmacy owner training course. And we have received a notification from the Governor's Office Regulatory Compliance Division that these rules are disapproved. And so you can see a letter to that effect behind D.1.1. And this means that the board cannot move forward on these rules. So no vote to be had here.
All right, so basically we'll go ahead and let these rules expire. We do not need to take action on them. We're close to that anyway, so we'll just go ahead and go with that. Megan, if you want to take us to the next.
Sure. Next, we have D.1.2, 295.13, Drug Therapy Management Protocol. And on line 119, it updates the notification requirements to require a copy of the written protocol to be submitted at the time of initial notification and within 10 days of a change to the protocol. And so this would streamline things so that it's only needed to be submitted if there is a change. However, they are still required to maintain it. And we received a comment from Genu Phillip with Walgreens expressing concerns that submitting the protocol to the board is onerous and suggesting that the proposed amendments be changed to require the protocol to be maintained at the pharmacy and available for inspection. However, section 157, 101B-12E of the Texas Occupations Code requires that the pharmacist submit a copy of the protocol to the board. So we would not be able to take that suggestion.
And I just would like to point out that you only have to submit a protocol when the pharmacist is involved in signing prescriptions. If they are doing other types of drug therapy management under a protocol that does not involve signing a prescription, then they do not submit that protocol to the board. It's only when they're doing actual signing of prescriptions, and that's in very limited settings.
Any comments or questions?
So Julie, this is Rick.
Yes, Rick.
My question revolves around what constitutes an update. Is an update, at what point does someone need to be sent something in? Is it something material or something, I guess a little more guidance on what that is. We didn't talk about that the last time.
If there was a change to the protocol in some way, if you eliminated a physician, added a physician, obviously that would involve, updating the board. If you added a therapy, maybe you were doing cholesterol and now you're going to add hypertension or, something like that. If you were, adding a therapy that you were going to be including that wasn't already there, or modifying what the criteria is. If you're monitoring cholesterol, and there's criteria for, you test the cholesterol, and if you get lab results and you do this in the certain number, really pretty much I would think, any kind of change. It would be sort of up to their determination, but we would want to get that. And that really, I don't think is going to be
There's no
happening.
approval process or anything like that. It's just a notification is what being sent out.
Right. They would just send it in.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
So Donnie Lewis has made the motion to approve, and Rick Tisch has made the second. Allison, you want to take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Megan?
Next, we have D.1.3, 315.15 Prescription Monitoring Program Access Requirements. And on line 44, it clarifies that mandatory lookup only applies to outpatient prescriptions. You may remember this came out of a TSHP comment from the August board meeting, and these were proposed at the November board meeting, and this was published in the December 11th edition of the Register.
Any questions or comments from the board members? Do I have a motion to approve?
This is Lori. I move to approve.
Second.
Lori has made the motion to approve. Donnie Lewis has seconded. Allison, you want to take a roll call vote, please?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and that is all of our final adoption rules. Now we'll move to the proposed rules. Megan?
First, we have D.2.1, 291.11, operation of a pharmacy, and this corrects a citation reference, or several citation references.
Any questions for Megan or comments on this? Can I get a motion to propose that we accept this?
I'll make
I'll
that
make a
motion.
motion.
I think
Tie.
that you tied it there. We'll go with Rick Tisch made the proposal and Donnie Lewis seconded. Allison, you want to take a vote on that, please?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina, Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Megan, the next three, which we can all do together.
Next, we have D.2.2, amendments concerning DEA 222 requirements. And first up is 291.34, records. And on line 543, clarifies that a pharmacist may electronically sign the required statement attesting that the information entered into the data processing system that day has been reviewed by the pharmacist and is correct as entered. Starting on line 711, it updates to state that the pharmacy shall comply with the federal regulations regarding DEA 222s when distributing a Schedule II controlled substance. So this refers the reader to the DEA regulations, and this would prevent us from having to update the rule every time DEA updates the regulations. And this came to our attention because DEA did away with the triplicate version of the DEA 222 form, and the current version is now a single copy. However, the triplicate version can be used up until October 30th of 2021. And then we have 291.75 records. And on line 192, it makes that same DEA 222 regulations reference. And lastly, we have 291.76. Class C pharmacy is located in a freestanding ambulatory surgical center. And on line 635, it makes that same DEA 222 regulations reference.
So basically, we're coming in, all of our rules are coming in line with the DEA on this, and it'll make it easier that we won't have to make any changes. Are there any questions or comments? May I have a motion to propose?
Motion.
Brad Miller has made the motion to propose. A second.
Second.
I'll second it.
Lori Henke has made the second. Allison, you want to take a vote on that, please?
Bonnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Megan?
Now we have D.2.3, amendments concerning Schedule 2 prescriptions. And first is 315.3 prescriptions. And on line 24, it extends the time period for Schedule 2 prescriptions to be dispensed to no later than 30 days after the date of issuance, or if part of a set issued on the same day, not later than 30 days after the earliest date indicated on each prescription. And this is to be consistent with federal law. We did reach out to the Texas Medical Board about this change, and they are in agreement with amending the rules to be consistent with federal law. And then the second in this set is 315.5 prescriptions, and it removes the effective date from the title and extends the time period for Schedule 2 prescriptions to be dispensed to no later than 30 days to be consistent with federal law.
I think this will clean up a lot of confusion for people. Any questions,
Julie,
concerns, comments?
Julie, can I ask a quick question? Obviously, this is to align federal rules. The only thing I was thinking, it's not really related to this passage, but like line 51, the federal rules don't have a limit on refills, and something to consider for later if we wanted to align, because we showed on ours the limit of 5 refills, but just something to consider if we want to allow the line to, if we want to get full alignment to federal, but just something separate, not really related to these 2 rules. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Any other questions or comments? If I can have a motion to propose.
I'll make that motion.
Donnie Lewis has made the motion to propose. Second.
Second.
Rick Fernandez has made the second. Allison?
Bonnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, before we go on to our rules review, I just want to double check. Brad has his hand up, his virtual hand up. I want to make sure there was nothing that I had missed, or if he had a comment.
No, I did not have my hand up.
Okay, on my screen, it has your hand up, so I just want to double check. All right, Megan, if you want to go through our rules review, and just as a reminder to everybody, this is just whether or not we need them, not the content.
So behind D.3 is our rule review plan, and state law requires you to review the rules on a 4-year cycle. As Julie said, you're looking to see if you still need these rules. It's not about the content of them. And these rule reviews are up for adoption. And first we have Chapter 297 concerning pharmacy technicians. Then we have Chapter 291, the sections concerning services provided by pharmacies. And then we have Chapter 291, sections concerning other classes of pharmacy. And we did receive a comment, which is behind D.3.1.2 from Paula Grauman with Main Street Pharmacy regarding the continuing need for 291.129.
And Ms. Grauman is available if you have questions about her request. We were looking at recommending to the board that you consider repealing this particular rule, as currently we have no pharmacies that are utilizing this provision. There aren't any satellite pharmacies in our database. And we only had a few at any given time over the years that we've had it. And so we've removed the application from our website because we were going to recommend that you repeal this. And she realized when it wasn't there that she wasn't able to apply for this site. She would like to get one of these locations. And so that is why she recommends that you keep this rule.
All right, we can take care of all three of these together. Are there any questions, comments as far as need to the rules, need to keep the rules?
Right. If you voting to adopt the rule review is just adopting the review, the rule still is in place. However, if you would like to recommend that we proceed with repealing 291.129, we'd like that information, or if you would prefer that we keep it, and we can put the application back on the website and people can continue to have that as an alternative means of it's a pickup location basically that's operated by a pharmacist. It allows people to drop off and pick up prescriptions. There's no drugs at the location, but it does require a pharmacist to be there when the pharmacy's opened. So if you want us to keep that, it would be helpful to know which way you would like to go.
So how about if we do this? So right now we've got the rule review. Let's go ahead and take our motion as to whether or not we feel like in total are these rules needed, and then let's have a conversation about the satellite. So just it's not the content of the rules, but just the three rules themselves. Is there comment about whether or not we should have the rules? And then if there isn't, can I have a motion to adopt?
Julie, I'm thinking that why can't we just have the rule review and then let the staff review those and any public comments? But if I just assume leave this as it is. So if we did need that in rural communities, and have it back on the website, that application, that's what I'm thinking about for the rural communities.
So we actually have two things here. One is to discuss the other. The other is the first, which
Just
is
to adopt the rules
Yeah.
that were proposed, that you've reviewed them, just the
Right.
fact that you've
Yeah.
reviewed them.
Okay.
So is that your motion, Donnie, that you've reviewed the rules?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion that these three rules should remain as rules at this point. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
I have a second from Lori Hinkey. You want to take a vote on that?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum, Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So all that is passed. So now back to the rural comment and whether or not we would like, we can ask the staff to gather more information, see what the need is, and then make a decision. If we want to come back with that in the next meeting, or we can have a discussion now. What's the pleasure of the board?
Could we send it to the staff to have them review, bring it back at our next meeting for this last part, this 291.129? Is that the one we're looking at?
Yes, yeah. So I don't think you would have to really make a vote. You could just, as a consensus, some direction as to continue to leave that application available, or proceed with the repeal, which if you would like to proceed with the repeal, we would propose that to you in May, and you could adopt it in August, and it would become effective in sometime probably mid-September. I'm not sure how long she is. I think she only wants this on a temporary basis. If you wanted to allow it for this time, of course, anyone else that wanted it could get it. Or if you think that it is something that we should continue to have and have available for people as an option of providing services. It's not just in rural areas, it can be anywhere.
Right.
But it could certainly be in a rural area. And so we would just need some direction as to which way you want us to proceed. And I think that would be helpful if you just could sort of guide us with that at this point.
When was the last time that an application was put in for?
It's been a while. We went through, there was about, like 8 or 10 that we went through, and actually probably more than half of them were incorrectly, I don't want to say licensed, but they wanted something else. And they thought they wanted a satellite, and they were not doing a satellite, like they actually wanted an emergency kit, and they had thought they wanted a satellite. And so we contacted the 8 or 10 people that had those satellite licenses, discovered they weren't really doing satellite, they were doing emergency kits or whatever. 2 of them, I think, were non-operational. Pharmacies had closed, different things had kind of happened. And so there was none. So, I don't think it's been recently that we've had any application other than this now request that we are looking at today that we've received. But there was, a pharmacy in Dallas that wanted this initially, that used it. And I'm not sure if anyone else really used it as the rules intended, because it does require a pharmacist to be at the remote location in order to pick up prescriptions at the satellite pharmacy. So you have to pay a pharmacist, and most people, that's why they want a remote pickup location, and they don't want to have to be paying that expensive pharmacist salary. So, but again, if you feel that this is something that we should continue to have available as an alternative means, as long as people comply with the requirements, that's fine.
Oh,
Yes, Brad?
Just a statement, based on what Allison was just talking about. I think I'm in favor of keeping this, sending it to the board, back to the staff for getting some additional information. I think also in this time that we're living in, and still with the pandemic going on and whatnot, I think, yes, there is an expense to having a pharmacist at a satellite location, but ultimately, I think that would help out the citizens of Texas. So I would like to have the staff look into past and present issues, and see if this is something that we want to keep on the books or delete, remove.
And I think if you're wanting to do it, I'm not sure like what information we can gather from the previous ones, because like I said, most of them were incorrect. They weren't really doing it. But if you're fine with having it on the books, I would just say let's just continue to have it. It'll come up again. It's not hurting anything to have it. If nobody uses it, it's fine. If she gets, if we leave it, this person uses it for, however long they need to, and then they close it, and it's still there. If somebody else needs it, it's available. I mean, that would sort of be my recommendation, just to then leave it if that's where you're heading.
Sure. Does the wording need to be changed? Because you said in the past, people wanted the emergency centers and not satellites. Was it their misinformation, misunderstanding, or?
They just didn't understand
Okay.
what they were asking for, I think, more so, and they may have just checked the wrong box or got the wrong form. I don't know if it's a box or a complete form, but they just didn't do it correctly. And so we can maybe on our end, if someone does apply for one of these, then licensing can do a little bit more inquiry as to, do you understand what this is? You're trying to get an emergency kit. Well, we'll let you need to do a different form, or you've applied for the wrong thing.
Okay. And just a last final comment here. These pharmacies in the past that have completed the forms incorrectly, did they receive disciplinary?
No, it was not anything that was
A disciplinary.
disciplinary action.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, I believe that Rick had a comment, and I wanted to recognize the fact that Daniel has joined us. So welcome, Daniel.
No more comment from me. I understand.
All right, so it sounds like at this point that the thought is to go ahead and leave it, if I'm hearing that correctly.
Yes.
And then that gives the flexibility through the pandemic, and we can review it at a later date.
Right.
You can always come back to it. All right, you ready for a
All
vote?
right. Ready for a vote.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
I'll abstain.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I am not sure if our pilot project individuals are on. Hearing nothing from the staff. Allison, do you want to go over the committee task force for the compounding?
Yes. So behind, or if you click on, I'm so used to saying behind, but if you click on the report for compounding, you can see minutes from their November meeting. And I believe we might also have from their previous or their most recent meeting, maybe not, that was held in January. So the Compounding Advisory Group has been meeting and looking over the non-sterile compounding rules has been their focus right now. And they have come up with recommendations as to some changes that they are going to be recommending. So we are right now, staff is working on updating those minutes or those, those rules. And hopefully we'll be able to present those to you at the May meeting. If we can, get everyone, consensus from the group, and we will then, you'll have the opportunity to review their suggestions, and then if you, like those, and you'd be able to vote on them and proceed with adopting maybe those changes. So, but they're continuing to work on that.
Allison, I
Well,
have a
big thanks to the committee on that. And hopefully we look forward to hearing from the advisory group.
I think Jenny had a question.
yeah. Are they just going over non-sterile rules? Or are they doing both sterile and non-sterile?
They can do both, but currently they are focusing on non-sterile.
Okay, so what will be hopefully coming in May are non-sterile.
Non-sterile, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions on that? All right, well, I'll go on to also then F2, the report on the prescription monitoring program advisory committee, and they met. We've got the previous meeting minutes, and then I think you have maybe the other current meeting minutes. They met in January. They are continuing to look at the prescription monitoring program, focusing on the AWARE software and how that system works, and making recommendations to improve that. They decided, since the legislature will be meeting and could be proposing bills that might impact the operation of the PMP, the next meeting for this group will be probably sometime in June or July. They're going to kind of wait and see, what happens between now and then. They really didn't have a whole lot, to discuss or anything like that. So, but they have had some very good meetings, good discussion, and lots of ideas on the operation of the prescription monitoring program, our AWARE system.
Do you think that in August they'll have a report ready for us to look at?
So they're not really required to do any kind of report. We can certainly, see if there's something they want to put together. They are just required to meet a minimum of twice a year,
right.
And make, different suggestions, and AWARE hears those suggestions during the meeting. And so that's kind of how this committee or this advisory group operates.
I just didn't know if with the legislature, if there might be something substantial in August, possibly.
Probably not. This group, we've got data that we're putting together for the legislature on the prescription monitoring program, and we can definitely share that with you all. But what kind of how the data is trending and different patterns we're seeing and things like that. If you would you like something like that?
Yeah, that would be great. I just think it'd be interesting to hear some of their thoughts, possibly.
We'll put together some of the data, and it'll be towards the end of the session by May, and so we can put that data together that we've been looking at for the legislature and with the committee, and bring that in May.
All right. I do believe that the PRN group is actually ready to go. So if we can, we'll go ahead and we'll skip down to beyond the finance, coming back to finance, and have the PRN. So with that, let me turn it over to Caroline to start us off.
Good morning. Thanks. So behind G.2 is the PRN material. The first page is staff's chart that you're familiar with. This is the number of participants for the last 3 fiscal years at the top of the chart, the first chart, and the bottom of the page is the number of participants broken down by type as of the end of the first quarter of the current fiscal year. So this was through November 30th. And then if you don't have any questions, the next page is PRN's report. And I know that Julie, you probably want to introduce the PRN participants program.
All right, I do believe that Patty is ready for a report.
Yeah, Julie, and maybe before Patty starts, good morning, Debbie Garza. I thought I would introduce her because it's a different face from 3 months ago, right? And as y'all know, whenever I was in front of you in November, I was introducing to you an individual that just wasn't the right fit in this role, and we're thrilled to have Patricia Dotson. She has her, she's a licensed clinical social worker. She joined us in mid-December. She has a passion for impaired professionals. She has both her bachelor's and master's degree in social work, and she's had over 30 years post-master's experience, many of those years involving adult outpatient substance use disorder, as well as work with adolescents and gero psych programs as well. She's very patient, a great teacher, very pleasant to be around, and she's had numerous years teaching both bachelor's and master's students at both the University of Georgia School of Social Work as well as Abilene Christian University. So we were thrilled to have her join us and appreciate y'all's patience. And I think as we do have a newer team of the PRN case managers, it's been great to have somebody that has the patience, has the experience with teaching, as well as, of course, the clinical expertise. So with that, we're thrilled to have Patty, and I look forward to y'all getting to know her through the PRN program. So Patty, the floor is yours. And I think you're muted, Patty, so you might want to unmute. There we go.
There we go. Thank you so much, Debbie. That was a wonderful introduction, and it's nice to be here today. So I was just going to run through the board report really quickly. If you notice the first part there, the program enrollment and compliance, we're continuing to receive a steady stream of referrals. And it's acceptable regarding everything that's going on. Any issues regarding safety have been reported to the board. As Debbie mentioned, we have 2 staff members, case managers right now, Will Turney and Candace Hall. Both current case managers have been with us for about 90 days actually now. And we plan to fill the 3rd position in the next few weeks. And so we will continue to offer an individualized approach related to COVID, related to the pandemic. And this includes continuing to provide participants with the option to complete their evaluations and recovery related meetings through online platforms. The program visibility, even though I am new, I am already scheduling speaking engagements. One is at the University of Houston that will be done on February the 12th on the topic of problematic professional substance use. We're also in the planning stage to present for the University of the Incarnate Word College of Pharmacy with the date and time to be decided. We've not heard from as many colleges of pharmacies, possibly due to the pandemic and the online format, but I will continue to reach out to them. The spring seminar will be held via online webinar format as it was in April 2021, and we are currently in the planning stages for this event. Topics this year may include things such as the disease concept of addiction, relapse prevention, and trauma-informed self-care and recovery. We also plan to request a recovering pharmacist to tell their narrative of struggles and recoveries, and we will hold the regional coordinator and advisory committee meeting virtually during that spring seminar. And then on the next page, you'll see financials that are attached. The legislative budget board numbers are volunteer pharmacy students. We have 7. Board ordered pharmacy students are 0. Volunteer pharmacists 36 and board ordered pharmacists 37. And then this is our actual expense report. If you all have any questions, or if you can think of any topics that you think might be wonderful to be included in our spring seminar, I would love for you to shoot me an email. And I can kind of put those into our schedule and explore those.
Any questions for Patty? Patty, we are really happy to have you on board and really look forward to seeing you at future meetings and for continuing the good work of PRN. We know that it is a very needed service that is provided, and so we definitely appreciate you and the fact that Debbie took the time to come on to introduce you.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no questions, if we can go back to G, as Allison said, Raul has retired, and we have Ann Dew, and she is going to lead us through the financials.
Thank you, Julie. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. This morning, I'll be presenting to you the fiscal year 2021 Q1 operating budget for our agency. Fiscal year 2021 Q1 covers the period from September 1st, 2020 through November 30th, 2020. As you can see, we were appropriated $10.5 million for AY21. And through the end of the first quarter, we spent 25% of our annual budget. So we are right on target. Salary makes up 60% of our annual budget. And in that category, we spent 23% of our appropriated budget through the end of the first quarter. Okay, and then on the next slide, you would see the expenditures broken down by the various categories. Okay. Next, we will be looking at the board member travel budget. Because of COVID, there hasn't been any travel, so the travel budget remains unchanged. Okay. Lastly, we will be looking at the material changes to contracts for goods and services awarded under Chapter 155 of the Texas Government Code. The only change that we have at this moment is for WEST, which is a law enforcement investigative database. And the term of the contract, as you can see, has been extended through August 31st, 2021, making the total amount of the amended contract to be at $8,160. Okay. And
thank you, Ann.
thank you.
Just going to go over the next.
All right. I'm sorry, Allison.
I was just going to go over the next item if y'all don't have any questions for Ann.
I don't think so, but we really appreciate her being on.
Yeah.
I know Allison does too.
Yes, yes. I will say one thing about the travel budget. We do have that money in there, but right now board members aren't traveling. We're not having meetings in person. So we are really hoping that we will keep that budget as unspent, so we can use that money in other ways, since we've had to cut our budget, that we can kind of, if we need to continue to cut or anything like that, that we will have that money available. So I don't think anybody's having any other meetings in person to travel to anyway, but just in case something does come up, we don't want you to think that you have a big budget to go spend with. So
Allison, can you allocate those funds for other projects then?
Right.
I mean,
They aren't
so-
specifically required to be only for that.
Okay.
There's very few things that are completely dedicated to a specific thing. If you don't spend it in one category, that you can often move it to something else, within certain parameters of the state budget. But that would be something we could, use.
Does that require board approval, or is that just at your own discretion that you just take those funds from that?
Yeah, we
that
just
line item?
move them around as we need them. So,
All right. Perfect.
yeah, thank you. The next item on the agenda then is our LAR request update. So we do have our Senate Finance Committee hearing has been scheduled. That will be on February 18th. And so I will be presenting that at the committee hearing that day. And then we've also submitted information to the House Committee on Appropriations as well. And I don't believe they've scheduled their hearing yet, so we'll be waiting on that one. But we're continuing to work on that, watching how bills are going. We're monitoring quite a few bills that most of them are more impacting the agency versus very, profession wise. I mean, there are some, but, we're just continuing to monitor those at the next meeting. And probably, I think last session I sent periodically updated information on the bills we were tracking. And we'll probably start sending you that in a few weeks. And then at the May meeting, we'll have a chart about bills. We'll be getting towards, the end of session and knowing more which ones are kind of going forward and which ones, haven't had a hearing or anything like that and are going to go away. So we'll keep you updated on how those things go as we go through the legislative session.
Can you give us a little update on the building and funding as far as that, or you may not know at this point?
Yeah. So part of our request does involve our move, and pretty significant amount of money related to moving 100 people, from one building to another, and all our stuff. We've got lots of stuff that we have to move, and so as far as I know, the building is on schedule. Haven't heard anything different on that. But we are we are asking for that money for that move. The building, as I've told you before, is the Bush building, which will be across the street from the Bob Bullock Museum on one side and the Blanton Museum on another side. They're going to be building a kind of a big corridor down there with state buildings, and also in the middle it will have sort of like a park-like space between some of the buildings. It looks really nice in the pictures. You can go onto the Facility Commission and you can actually see live streaming pictures of the building progress. So every now and then I've looked at it and I've shown those pictures to the staff, and see the progress. It's continuing to go up. We're on, I think I've told you before, we're on the 13th floor, and I think there's 14 floors altogether. So should have a nice view from that higher level, and that looks good.
Allison, quick question. What is the capacity for public in the meeting for those? Is it much different, I would assume?
So in that particular building, the meeting capacity is kind of small. There aren't very many. There's conference rooms, but they're not very large. Probably we would have informal conferences, able to have those in the building, and some other maybe task force type meetings. But probably for the board meetings, they're building another building just down the street at 1601 or 1600 Congress. And those will then have the large capacity conference rooms with, I think they're supposed to have high-tech capabilities, in the hobby building. We had a sound system and we sort of had some screens that we showed stuff on, but, it was pretty low tech. And so I believe that they are equipping these new conference rooms with technology that would allow for better capabilities of streaming and things like that. And so, in large, space as well, the space in the hobby building was kind of a very awkward diagonal and poles and all that kind of stuff. So this would be meant to be a conference room where you can have people and all that good stuff. So
Thank you.
that's my understanding.
We all look forward to it. We all look forward to meeting in person.
And yes, hopefully by that time you'll be able to meet in person.
Hopefully way before then. So just to double check, our pilot project, are they on at this point? No? Do y'all want to go to the next? Do you want to take a quick 10-minute break?
Let's take a break.
break. So, all right. So it is 9:56. Why don't we come back at 10:10, and we'll rejoin the meeting at that point.
Thank you.
Hey, Kirsten,
Yes, sir.
where your vacation is going to be this year?
Uh,
In our backyard.
yeah. Spent a lot of time working on the backyard, so.
I got you. But you need to send pictures. I'd love to see what you're doing.
Okay, I will.
Are you doing waterfalls and a beehive and a swing or something like that?
I do want to do an owl house though. So
An outhouse?
Owl.
I got you. I know what you mean. You'll have some other visitors on that house that you're going to talk about.
Huh.
Other animals like them too.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I heard outhouse as well.
Hey, Daniel, she lives in the country, so it's okay.
We've really digressed here.
Looks like everybody's back.
I do believe everybody is back. Let me just go ahead and ask whether or not we can go back up to E. Has our pilot project individuals come on? If not, seeing that they have not, we will continue with the agenda. I will ask if our auditors, Garza, Gonzalez and Associates, does not appear that they are on either. So with that, how about if we go to G5 and we go to the report for the prescription monitoring program, and I ask Allison to take that on for us.
Okay, and can someone behind the scenes check on Lori? I think she's having trouble getting back onto the meeting.
We need to wait just a minute.
Maybe so. Let's, if we can, maybe.
Yeah, we can wait a minute.
I think something happened, so I don't know if Anne can help her or what.
I'll call her.
Allison, you might let her know that if she just wants to get into the public meeting, we can move her over and have her be a panelist.
Yeah. I think she's doing that. Did she get moved?
Call from wireless calling. Call from.
While we're waiting for Lori, I'll share that the annual staff meeting was done, and it was really a good meeting, I think, in that there was some games played. It was a little bit of Christmas Jeopardy, it was Jeopardy, and everybody seemed to have a really good time. So I know that a lot of the staff spent a lot of time putting that all together, and it really was a good meeting for them all to have.
I think she's still trying to get her in. All right. I'm not seeing her. Have you been able to get her in, Ann, or?
Sent the information, but she's not showing up on the attendee list.
Technology is so good until it doesn't work.
I know. Oh, we were doing great. Do you want me to go ahead and briefly talk about the PMP, or?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and then we can go over with her separately.
Okay. All right. So G5 is the prescription monitoring program information. And so behind that tab, we just have some data on the PMP, how many people are using it, where we're connected, how many prescriptions have been submitted, and just other, kind of data that we've been tracking all along. We have added the integrated searches in there as well, which you can see we are getting a lot of searches through integration. Over 80% are coming through integration now. We've in the last legislative session, we got funding for that integration. And so we've been paying for that for this is the second year we've paid for it. We are asking for funding again to continue paying for it. And, that allows the prescriber or the pharmacist to have the data integrated into their electronic record system so that they automatically get the information when they are dealing with a patient, and they don't have to stop, log in, look it up, log back out, and then get back on their other system. It automatically pulls it. So it pretty much forces them to check the PMP and the data, I guess, unless they close their eyes when they're doing their records, they'd have to see it. So this is a great tool, I think, that we've been able to add to the PMP.
I know the pharmacists out in the stores really appreciate and find it exceedingly useful. Any questions on PMP? There's no vote or anything to approve on here, but are there any questions for Allison before we move on?
Got a quick.
Go ahead, Brad.
Sorry. Okay, I just lost everything. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You see.
The top 15 drugs listed there. What's the time period?
For that particular data, it was for September 1, 2019 through August 2020. All of the data in the chart, I believe, is for that same time period. So it's the course of a year. Hydrocodone and tramadol, codeine, and alprazolam have been in the top 3. I think hydrocodone has been the top one for, I don't know, as long as we've been doing the prescription monitoring program. And then the other 3 kind of fluctuate, where they fall in the top categories, between tramadol, codeine, and alprazolam. Those kind of sometimes move up or down in the list.
Okay, thank you.
Donnie, I believe you had a comment or question.
I was just going to ask, are we seeing a decline in those C2s? Because my doctor colleagues are saying they're not writing hydrocodone much anymore. But are you seeing that? I mean, I remember the numbers were a lot higher last year. I remember it. Is that correct?
I think we've seen an overall decline. I don't know. And I think just overall, and I think the hydrocodone, we are, so we'll bring this, back to you next time, because we're going to, based on your request to have some data at the next meeting. One of the things that the PMP advisory committee would like to see is kind of looking at January 2019 forward, and then looking at January 2020 when, or January 21, I'm sorry, January 20, the year of 20, and then January 21, how has prescribing of controlled substances changed when you look at those 2 timeframes? Because January last month, e-prescribing went into effect. And so has that had any impact? Are we seeing anything with the amount of prescriptions coming through, or not? So we will be looking at getting that data. The committee will have that data, and we'll bring that to you as well, so you can kind of see when you look at 2 years on the same time frame, how does the data trend?
Right. Hey, Allison, just a quick comment on the e-prescribing. A surgeon I talked to last night said when that went into effect, it really affected what he does on his actual practice. Can you go over really quickly how that new rule went into effect? I know it's a medical board side of this, but anyway, he was complaining yesterday about it. Can you give us any guidance on that at all, on that, what happened in January?
So, so the legislature, as you know, in the last session, passed a bill that required prescribers to use electronic prescribing methods for all controlled substances effective January 1, 2021. And so that was the mandate. However, there are provisions in that law that do not, or that there's a lot of exceptions. There's an exception if the prescriber, they can get a waiver from the medical board or from their licensing agency for various things. Do they have an economic hardship? There's quite a few things they can get a waiver for. There's an exception without a waiver that there's technology barriers. And so if your system is down right now and I can't issue an electronic prescription, I can do a written prescription. So there's quite a few, there's, I think, even a provision that says if the prescriber doesn't think it's in the best, or the patient can't, isn't able to get it quick enough or something, so it's pretty, in my opinion, wide open as far as exceptions. There's also for veterinarians are completely exempt. And it also says that the pharmacist and we've tried to really stress this to our licensees, The pharmacist is not required to police this. They do not have to check to see if a waiver exists. If the prescriber issued a written prescription and they should have had a waiver and they weren't approved to do it, then that's going to be on the prescriber. The pharmacist is not, we are not going to take action. The pharmacist is not going to be in trouble if they dispense an otherwise valid prescription. And it's pretty clear in the law, if they dispense that prescription, there's no problem for them.
Okay.
You know, if it's a forged prescription, that's something different. You know, they're doing, you know, pill mill activity and they know that this doctor is just issuing prescriptions and, you know, for cash and they're in on all that and it's pill mill activity, that's different. But you have a legitimate patient, legitimate prescription, legitimate prescriber, all of those things exist and you get a piece of paper, you can dispense it. There is no restriction to that. And you don't need to check or ask or worry about a waiver, whether it exists or not.
Okay.
Don't need to see it, anything.
All right.
Thank you.
And thanks for that, Allison. So just to double check before we go to the next, is our pilot project SAM's on or the audit plan? I hear it to be a yes. All right, then let's go back to E. Let's go back to E, and Sam has a report on the pilot project concerning automated dispensing and delivery. All right, Ed and Sherry, if you want to introduce yourselves and proceed with the report.
Sure. I'm Ed Rickard. I'm outside counsel for Medivale Technologies, and I've also been working with Sam's Club and Medivale on this pilot. I'll let Sherry take it away from here to introduce herself and walk you through this month's report.
Hello, thank you for having us join this morning. My name is Sherry Mallett. I'm with Sam's Club Home Office, located in Bentonville, Arkansas. Our report was attached and I can cover basics for it. And this is the public report. Our totals for November were 30 dispensed, and then December 76 dispensed, and January 25 dispensed. Last time there was a question about average amount of prescriptions dispensed. In November, again, there was 30 dispensed from the kiosk with an average of 96 completed per day. And that's total prescriptions. December was 93 average per day with 76 dispensed from the kiosk. And then in January, we had an average of 86 per day with a total of 25 dispensed from the kiosk. Are there any questions?
Sherry, can I ask you a question real quick? Help me understand the number. You said it was how many per day, and then how many were actually picked up?
Sure. So let's take December for an example.
Okay.
We filled an average of 93 prescriptions per day.
Okay.
With 76 total in the entire month dispensed from the kiosk.
Okay, I get it. Okay. And does it help with your pickup rates? Is this helping patients not leave behind anything, or what do you think?
Our return to stock has been actually 0, which is surprising. And it's a great number for us. We're still struggling with trying to we've got several other automation pieces that we need to develop program-wise, and we're working on those. And we should, in the next 2 to 3 months, have those available so that it's much easier to select the kiosk as the pickup option. Our pharmacy phone system, for example, we need to integrate that. Our messaging system, we need to integrate that still. So there's several technology pieces that we still need to complete. And again, this is a pilot phase for us still, so that we're still working on those particular items to make it easier for the patient or the pharmacy to select that they want to pick it up in the kiosk.
Were there any issues with counseling or breakdowns there in the process?
There was no issues at all with any counseling.
Is there any other questions from the board as far as their pilot? I do see that Seema joined as well, in case you have questions for her here. Yes, Brad? Brad, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Any equipment issues?
We had just a few, some with the printer head. Medivale has been very quick about fixing those, and some of those are self-fixable. So it was with printer issues, and we're also working on reducing the paperwork where we can. Right now, we're still printing more paperwork than what's actually required of us. So we're working on reducing that paper to make us more also sustainable. And that should also help us with some of that printing, those printing type issues. The paperwork, since we can't print on front and back, we can only print on the front, is it wastes a lot of paper. So we're trying to reduce that. And again, that's one of our technology things that we're working on.
Exactly where is this unit? Where is this unit?
This particular unit is located right outside the pharmacy, and it's available.
In what city?
Sure, it's in Austin.
Austin, okay.
We welcome you to stop by and look at it.
That'd be good.
If I could just
Any other go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, if I could just comment, in the cover email, when I sent the report over, I let you know that that Sam's plans on entering the next phase of the pilot this month, which would be installing a kiosk at a location in Dallas, a Sam's Club location in Dallas that does not have a pharmacy on site. So the plan is to launch that by February 15th. I think I need to follow up with Allison, Kirsten, and Megan, perhaps to work out the logistics in terms of the certificate and different things like that. The current rules, I guess, require. But the plan. So the next time that we come back before the board to report, it'll be a report, I think, on not just the Austin installment, but also a new installation in Dallas, which was really the whole point of this pilot.
Any other questions for Sam's on that?
I have a quick question. Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. So what different drugs are stored in this unit? Or is it just folks that pre-ordered them, then they would come get them?
We are actually doing both. So we're doing prescriptions that are ordered as a locker type system. And then there are certain prescriptions that have been approved by formulary that are prepackaged manufacturer bottles that are in the exact pack size that they need, that the kiosk will label for them.
Okay. And I'm assuming it's anchored down pretty well and secure, and because all I can think about is someone trying to back up a pickup truck and wrap it with chains and rip it out.
Absolutely. It's bolted to the floor and it's inside the building. So, and also there's no controls in it, no refrigerated products, no reconstitutables. There's only very select items that can go in there. Now, the ones that are the locker system pickup, since we can count them and pre-label them, there's quite a few more drugs allowed on that particular one, but still no controls.
And so in order to get it, they have to just use their credit card, no other identification?
Sure. Right now they can put in their last name, their first name. They can put in their date of birth, and then they have to have a 4-digit PIN set, or they can use a barcode that's sent to them through .com.
And is this unit also IIAS approved and all that?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And then, so as far as credit card, they can either pay at the front register, or a lot of people have their online payment set up so that we use their online payment, but they can select what they want to use when they're picking it up.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I would just point out that, you know, this is currently allowed under the emergency declaration. So anyone else that wants to be doing this can be doing it. I believe we're approaching about a year for this particular pilot, and it can go up to 18 months. But if you at any point want to recommend that we go ahead and bring back rules to get the process started that would put it into rule that would allow it in not just the pilot, and then also whatever temporary places are doing it with the emergency declaration, we could put it into rule and go, you know, forward to allow it, you know, then for everyone for forever, or as long as it's in the rule.
Allison, do you recommend that since it's coming up to 1 year? Because it'll take
They can go up to 18 months. So they
Right.
could be additional 6 months. And then if you, at the end of the 6 months, if if at that point you decide you want to go forward with rules, then the pilot would be able to continue on while you're making rules. And they wouldn't have to stop at that 18-month mark. So you could certainly continue on, you know, letting the pilot go. And since we can do it under the emergency declaration, there are other entities doing it, and they can do it, you know, until the emergency declaration would end.
Okay.
I think it'll be really interesting to see the next phase of the pilot, and I think that'll give us some direction as to where we need to go and some thoughts.
Okay.
I think that one thing that might be helpful as well is if we were to invite some of the other users of the technology. Texas Health, I think, is using it in a number of their clinics, and they could share with the board their their experience and the receptiveness to the technology exhibited by patients who are now able to get medications at the point of care. Because as Allison points out, there are other folks using this technology. One concern I think that is out there, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We all hope that this pandemic ends and all these restrictions end, but when that happens, Texas Health patients are used to the technology now, and Texas Health providers are used to having that resource available to them, having pharmacy services at the clinic. If that were to end abruptly, it could cause some patient care issues potentially. So I'd ask the board to kind of keep that in mind as well in terms of the timing of when to kick off rulemaking. And perhaps at the next board meeting, it would make some sense to have a representative from one of the other users participate.
We would welcome their comments as well. Any other questions for the group? Well, we thank you all for your continued work on this and all that you're doing. And like I said, we really look forward to the next phase to see where that goes. All right.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
So going back to our agenda, I do know that Garza Gonzalez and Associates, our auditors, are here. So we will go back into the agenda at G3. And review our annual internal audit plan. I believe
Okay.
Ms. Lopez is joining. There we go.
Can you see me now? Can you hear me now at least?
We can hear
I
you.
can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, well then that'll work. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us this morning. I'm Kim Lopez Gonzalez, representing Garza Gonzalez and Associates, the internal auditors for the Pharmacy Board. I believe we also have Ms. Chica Cherry on the line, who is, or on the Zoom call, and she worked very closely with Megan in preparing this internal audit plan that you have included in your board packet. And the internal audit plan is for fiscal year 2021. And it is on the screen. We began our risk assessment process in mid-December and completed the final internal audit plan early January. So it was a very quick turnaround. I'd like to thank your staff for providing all the information efficiently so that we were able to perform the risk assessment process in such an efficient manner to be able to present this audit plan to you here today. This internal audit plan is required by Chapter 2102 of the Government Code, better known as the Internal Auditing Act. We have been performing the internal audit activity for the Texas State Board of Pharmacy since 2018. So 2021 will be the 4th year that we will function as the internal auditors. 2018 was the first year that the Pharmacy Board did meet the requirements to have an internal audit activity. Moving to the page that's on the screen, the methodology for the internal audit plan. Pages 2 and 3 of the audit plan just describes the methodology that we go through as that our firm goes through to get to the point of developing an internal audit plan. The first phase is going through a risk assessment process, identifying the potential audit topics, and performing a risk assessment for all of the potential audit topics, which there are 13. And if you could just go to page 6 of the audit plan, I think this would be the best page kind of to go through the items that we've identified as the potential audit topics, and as they fall as the high, moderate, and low risk categories. There are 2 areas in the high risk, 5 in the moderate, and 6 in the low risk. Now, just because they are in a low risk category versus a high risk category, that does not mean that they would not be recommended for audit in any year. It just indicates that some areas may have higher risk, maybe due to the materiality of the area, the time since the last audit of the area, and so on and so forth, as you can see on those various 8 risk factors that are there. As part of the internal risk assessment, we do receive questionnaires from all of the areas so that we could identify the risk adequacy of the staffing levels. The area, the responsible party for that area has been reporting that there is a shortage of staff, so making it harder to complete the functions necessary for that area. And that is the reason why that area continues to be ranked as high risk. Now, last year, as part of the fiscal year 2020 internal audit activity, we did perform an audit of the inspections area. So this year, we would not recommend audit of that area just because we have already audited last year and because of the concern that the ongoing concern of the staffing levels is the reason for raising that area to such a high risk. The second area there, the information technology, rises to the second highest risk area, more so because of the results of an audit that was performed by the DIR or one of its vendors, and the results of that audit. There were a number of comments and recommendations that may take some time to implement. And I believe the new internal audit, the new information technology director, who has been in place for less than a year there at the Pharmacy Board, is in place now and looking at those comments and recommendations and addressing them. For that reason, we would delay or recommend audit of the information technology to a subsequent year once the IT director has been in place for a longer period and has had the opportunity to go through those comments and put some practices and policies and implement some of those recommendations in place. And so this year, what we're recommending for audit is item number 10, the compliance monitoring and peer assistance. Although this is a lower risk area, there are some concerns that were reported as part of the questionnaires that we received back as part of this area. If you look at risk factor number 8 there is a 3 because there was some concerns related to this area, more so because it has not been audited recently and because of some turnover in the vendor that is used by the pharmacy board to assist in this area. So this year, for fiscal year 2021, we are recommending compliance monitoring and peer assistance as the area for audit. In addition to that audit, we will also perform a follow-up of prior year comments and recommendations, and also prepare the annual internal audit report that's required to be submitted by November 1st of every year to the state auditor's office, the LBB, and the governor's office. And with that, I'd be happy, or Chica would be happy, to answer any questions that you may have in reference to the audit plan.
Julie, I can't hear you for some reason.
I can't hear you either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, then I'll start over again. Ms. Terry, did you have any additional comments to add to Ms. Lopez Gonzalez's report? All right, and then board members, do you have any questions or comments as far as the report? Seeing none, this is a item that we do need to approve, so I'll need a motion to approve.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Donnie and a second from Daniel. Allison, we take a roll call vote.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey. She's on mute. I know she's having trouble. I'll come back. Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey. She's not on mute, but we still can't hear her. We will confirm with her that she voted. Since we have enough to approve it anyway, we'll confirm what her vote is, I guess.
All right, we will confirm Lori's vote, but even without it, the motion does approve.
Hey, Julie?
Thanks.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Do we need to approve their recommendation on that peer assistance segment, or did we just do that?
We just did that as part of the entire report, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As always, we appreciate the job that Garza Gonzalez and Associates do. We appreciate both of you coming and spending your time with us and presenting the report. And we look forward to seeing what the results are of the audit.
Likewise, Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to go to G6. And Kirsten, if you can give us a report on appeals, and after that, we'll have NABP's presentation.
Well, I know for a number of board meetings, I've been reporting on the Garrett case where the two physicians, one here in Austin and one in San Antonio, sued the Board of Pharmacy and the medical board in regard to the constitutionality of the statutes prohibiting physicians dispensing from their office locations. And that case was heard, as I had reported to you at the last board meeting. There was a hearing held in the 53rd Civil District Court on December 9th. And Ms. Benz reported to you that we did have a favorable ruling in that case. The Judge Jenkins, dismissed their case and ruled in the favor of the board. And in the interim, the plaintiffs are appealing that now to the Third Court of Appeals here in Austin. And so we will be proceeding with the lawsuit in that regard. There is a proposed legislative change that would potentially moot the lawsuit. So we'll obviously be following that through the course of the legislative session. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
Any questions for Kirsten? All right, seeing none, next on our agenda is the discussion regarding the FDA Memorandum of Understanding. And we have NABP here to do a presentation for us. And Ms. Madigan and Mr. Watson, if y'all can introduce yourselves and.
Sure. So my name is Melissa Madigan. I am the Associate Executive Director for Professional Affairs. Sorry, I just have a different title than I did a few months ago. And I'm going to be giving a presentation on where we are with the compounding MOU. I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see my,
yes,
my presentation, not just the ongoing, the good one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see, why is it not advancing? Sorry. Okay, so this presentation is based on many of the questions that we've received over the past year and a half or so, even while we were commenting on the MOU. And hopefully this will provide answers to the questions. Of course, we're willing to take all sorts of questions, and we do have quite a few questions submitted to FDA that we're waiting on answers for. So that could be the case with certain questions you have. This is just a list of some of the questions we've received. Since the time of this slide, we've probably gotten between 5 and 10 more questions, and are either in the process of submitting them or have submitted them to FDA. And as I said, we're going to try to answer some of them now. So when it comes to a board of pharmacy that has signed the MOU, what then do they agree to provide to FDA? So just the general information, I'm going to get into more detail, but a board has to provide certain compounding pharmacy information and data, certain complaints about compounding pharmacies, certain complaints about compounding physicians, and then certain information about compounding physicians that are distributing their products interstate. And here's the specifics regarding that. So a pharmacy that is compounding human drug products and distributing inordinate amounts of product interstate, and I'll get to that in a second, including their compounding data, that's information that needs to be submitted. And I want to bring your attention to the sidebar on this slide to note that the distribution of inordinate amounts interstate is merely a threshold for the board to then submit that data to the FDA. It's not a limit on the number of products that a pharmacy can compound and distribute out of state. So just that has been a source of confusion, and we got a lot of questions on that originally. So wanted to make that clear. Boards of pharmacy also need to submit complaints of serious, note serious, adverse experiences or quality issues related to compounded human drug products by pharmacies that are distributing interstate. And then when it comes to physicians that are distributing interstate, any complaint that a pharmacy board becomes aware of regarding an adverse experience or an adverse quality related issue. So not serious, and those are defined in the MOU, but any adverse experience or quality related issue. And then a board of pharmacy, if they become aware of it, also is obligated to report information relating to the distribution interstate of any amount of compounded human drugs compounded by a physician. So that's really that's the distinction between pharmacies and physicians in that sense. And it's really only if you become aware of it, you don't have to go out and seek this information. Regarding inordinate amounts, the way a board determines if the inordinate amount threshold has been reached, the MOU outlines that. So a board can use a survey, they can send surveys to the boards and ask them. They can find out on inspections, which is an added burden, but that's a possibility as well. They can use the information sharing network that we are developing and that I'm going to be talking about in a second, or any other available mechanism. So if there is something that a novel idea a board has, they can use that as well. The MOU, and this is again some questions we've received, the MOU does not require the board to input compounding pharmacy data into our information sharing network. And it also allows the board to meet its obligation to determine inordinate amounts solely through the use of the information sharing network. And so that is the result of many of the concerns we received from boards who were concerned about resource issues or funding. The information sharing network is intended to provide lessen the burden with regards to the MOU on that element. So just a little bit of specifics on our system. We are developing it using a grant provided from FDA. We received $1.6 million to build this, so we're definitely in the process. Part of that funding is to hold a pilot project to evaluate the system's accuracy and usefulness. So that's also part of our project. In doing this, FDA realized that there was no centralized system. They heard it loud and clear that boards, this is going to be really burdensome. So this is what their suggested relief was. They agree with us that it's going to be key to assisting the boards, and they're also eager to partner with us to protect patients from high-risk compounders. As I'm sure you've seen, if you've been on any of our 50-state calls or any of our meetings that we've been holding online, FDA has made itself available to answer questions from boards. Again, we've submitted questions, and they might say, if you ask a question, we need to go back and check, but they're in the process of working. So when it comes to the building of the system, what we're really doing is we're expanding the eProfile Connect system. For those of you who might not be familiar, our eProfile Connect system provides boards of pharmacy with information on licensees, so pharmacists, techs, students, and facilities. So what we're doing is we're adding data fields that are required by the MOU to the eProfile Connect system so that pharmacies can enter the information that is being sought through the MOU. Okay, yeah, so I've got the data fields, expansion. The other thing that is good about this system is that the boards will be able to not only review the information, they'll be able to annotate it if they feel it necessary, and they will be able to upload documents such as complaints and inspection forms if that's something that makes sense. I spoke a minute ago about the pilot project. It is a 3-year pilot project. We officially started it in June of 2020 after we were assured that the MOU wording was 99.9% finalized. So we started working on adding those data fields that we were very hopeful would never change. We hope that, so okay, 2021, I've got that on the slide. The implementation has started. Right now, we've got the part of the system that's working is that pharmacies can now enter the data themselves through the e-profile system. So if they want to enter their e-profile or start a new e-profile, the system will request this information from them, the information that's sought out in the MOU. That just started about a week and a half ago. And as of Friday, we had 8 pharmacies that had already submitted information. And we're glad about that because we haven't started really reaching out yet. So that's in the process as well. We've had a request from boards to provide them with some sort of document that they can provide to their licensees. That is in process and will be available very soon. We're also in the process of updating our website to provide more information. As I mentioned, that's started. The other thing that we are waiting for is that the ability of a pharmacy to enter this data if they are applying for something through us, like one of our pharmacy accreditation programs or our VPP program. We were hoping to have that up and running right now. It is going to be delayed a little bit in order to, I guess, harmonize the system, make it so that it flows well and is a good user experience for pharmacies and it doesn't cause confusion. Maybe we might lose data. So we're hoping that would be available sometime in April. And as I mentioned, because it's a pilot project, we're going to be providing the FDA with a final report regarding the accuracy of the information. We're going to be going out and auditing certain pharmacies to make sure that what they're submitting is accurate, and then we'll provide FDA with a final report on how the system is working. So another really good benefit of this system is that it will flag for boards of pharmacy compounding, flag for boards, compounding pharmacies who submitted data show that they're distributing inordinate amounts. It will notify the boards that, yeah, we've got a pharmacy here, it's shipping 55% of its products out of state. And then the system will allow the board to access that information as well as affirmatively submit the information to FDA. One of the concerns that more than a few boards stated was that, oh, is that information just going to go directly to FDA? You know, am I going to be able to review it? Am I going to be able to do something with it? Absolutely. Boards will have the ability to review it first, and then they would affirmatively push a button, and then it goes to FDA. So this and the next couple slides outline the data fields that are either already in the system or are being added. This is what the MOU is requesting that be collected. So it's the name and address of the pharmacy. We already collect that. What activities related to human drug compounding do pharmacies participate in? They would check the box next to these activities. If a pharmacy is compounding sterile or non-sterile human drug products, the following information will also be collected or calculated. So they'll take the number of prescription orders for compounded products the pharmacy sent out or caused to be sent out of the facility, that's in-state or out of state, and then use the number of prescription orders for compounded drugs dispensed at the facility to calculate the total number of prescription drug products sent out of or dispensed at the facility. And that will be used as the denominator of the inordinate amount calculation. Then you'll take the total number of prescription orders for compounded drugs distributed interstate, and then that will be used as the numerator, and then the percentage of compounded drugs distributed interstate will be calculated. And if that number is higher than 50%, it's an inordinate amount, and then the state will be notified if they sign the MOU. Also to be collected are the number of prescription orders for sterile products distributed interstate, name of the state where the pharmacy is licensed, name where they're distributing, hopefully those match, and whether or not compounded drugs are distributed without patient-specific prescriptions. Now, we do have some boards that collect this data, and we've been asked, so, you know, can we submit the data if we have the resources, or can you help us with that? And certainly that is possible. A board can enter this data. We are also looking into ways that we can somehow capture that data and bring it in. That's down the line, but it certainly is on our mind, and we're thinking about that when we're building our system. When it comes to notifying FDA of inordinate amounts, what's the timing on it? So within 30 business days of identifying a pharmacy that's distributed inordinate amounts interstate during a selected calendar year and upon approval by the board, the system will provide FDA with the following data points, and it really matches up with what I just described. So the numbers that we talked about just a minute ago. And then when it comes, so then there's the obligation to report complaints. And so the timing on those is a little different. Regarding the actual content of those complaints, what the board must, so in this case, the board needs to enter it, of course. What the board will be entering to the system is the name and contact information of the complainant, if that's available, the name and address of the pharmacy that is the subject of the complaint, a description of the complaint, including a description of the compounded drug, the board's assessment of whether the complaint was substantiated, if that's available, and a description of any actions the board took. And again, the board will be able to upload a copy of the complaint or relevant documents. Now, with regards to the timing of those elements, regarding numbers 1, 2, and 3, so description of the complaint, complainant, name of the pharmacy, those need to be submitted as soon as possible after, but no later than 5 business days after receipt of the complaint and upon approval by the board. So when it comes to the last two, the assessment of whether the complaint was substantiated and a description of the actions, that's not going to be available at that time. So the board can enter that information at the conclusion of the investigation. Now, when it comes to physician complaints and notifications, a little different again. Regarding complaints involving an adverse drug experience by a compounding physician, or regarding the distribution of any amount of compounded human drug products that are distributed outside the state, here's the information that must be submitted. The name and contact information of the complainant or the notifier, because it might not be a complaint, it might just notification. Name and address of the physician, makes sense. And then a description of the complaint or notification, including a description of the compounded drug product that's being complained about or notified about. The timing, again, a little different. If you're going to be submitting information that you know about about a physician complaint, that needs to be submitted as soon as possible or no later than 5 days after receipt of the complaint and approval by the board. In addition, the board is obligated to notify the regulator of physicians in that state. Then when it comes to notifying FDA about a physician that is distributing any amount of compounded product outside of the state, that's a 30-day window. So they give you a little more time on that one. And in addition, got to notify the board, the state board regulator of physicians. So I already mentioned this, the way we're going to be collecting this data is through 2 pathways, through our pharmacy accreditation program applications. That's going to be up and running in April. And in that situation, the pharmacy will merely pay the regular fee that they would pay for the inspection or the accreditation. Or they can enter it through their e-profile, just go in, enter their business e-profile, and then enter the data. And there is no charge for that. So how are we encouraging pharmacies to do this? During the pilot project, which we've got about 2 more years on, we're going to be offering pharmacies the opportunity to receive a VPP inspection at no cost to them. So if they go in through their e-profile, they're not paying anything, but they may be selected to receive an audit or an inspection. And in that case, it'll be a VPP inspection, which does have a value of about $4,500. A lot of pharmacies, consider that an asset. But if a pharmacy pays for a VPP inspection or an accreditation application, and then they're selected to be surveys, we will refund them the cost of the survey. So that's a benefit as well. This is really just a slide on policy and the goals of the project. Obviously, we all want to do the right thing and protect patients from compounded products that are risky. So far, the feedback we've gotten from boards has been positive. We've got the vast majority of boards in the process of determining whether to sign the MOU. Several have said that they will surely sign it. Some boards that say that they, if they already require the data, they're happy to provide the data through our system. Well, let's figure out a way. Very few have said they will not sign the MOU. And again, we're in conversations with those that want to do this in an automated fashion. We do have quite a few resources right now, and we're creating more on this subject. Our new website has a page dedicated to this subject. It's at nabp.pharmacy/members, and then it's a page on the FDA MOU compounding project under the members section. It's got background and details on the project. It's got a link to the final MOU. We have an FAQs page available, and we are updating that every time we get answers to new questions. We have a map of the state MOU decisions. So if we've got a lot of maybes, but we do have some yeses, and we have 2 nos, but we're requesting that states provide us with updated information at any time. And then this slide deck is also available. And we're always trying to update this slide deck as we progress with this project. So that's my presentation. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer.
I would just point out so that for your reference, also with that information under G7, we have a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding. There is also comments that we submitted with regard to the MOU. You have the NABP presentation, and then there was a comment from the Alliance for Pharmacy Compounding as well, just for your reference.
And how many states have said yes so far?
6.
I'm sorry, was it 6?
Yes, 6. Yes.
The FDA has allowed up to, I believe it's about a year to sign the MOU, which I think would take us to about next October. We have discussed possibly getting more stakeholder feedback. If this is something that you would like to do, it's not something you have to necessarily make a decision on today. We talked about the compounding advisory group, and they could hold a stakeholder public hearing where they can kind of get input and provide information to you as to what people out there are thinking about this MOU.
If I could also mention that the FDA, the 1-year mark is, a board can sign it at any time, even after a year. It's the 1-year mark where the 5% rule becomes effective, and pharmacies in the states that don't sign the MOU will not be able to ship out of state more than 5% of their products. We did have a question that we're going to be asking. We got a question from one of the states. Is there going to be any kind of extension of that due to COVID? So that's one of the questions we're going to be going with them today.
All right, I believe that Jenny had.
Yeah, I do. I have concerns on the MOU. One of the main ones being that the verbiage with regard to distribution is incorrect and inconsistent with what's in most of what's in our state regs and what historically has been called distribute versus dispense. I think that it would be nice if the FDA would modify the language to, correctly define what we call distribute versus dispense. One of the other issues I have is, is our board of, do we have even funding to be able to do all the, I don't know, NABP has helped tremendously in with the reporting process, but we would have to have at least one person on staff who does this and collects that information. So there aren't any available grants to go along with the MOU, are there?
That I know of to the states.
It's up to the states. And then my other question is, even if the state doesn't sign it, and so the pharmacies are limited to a 5% out-of-state dispensing or distribute, however you're going to call it, who's going to enforce that? What if, you're in for an inspection and the inspector realizes the pharmacy's at a 7%? What happens then? There's a lot of little nuances with this.
Yeah,
and again, again, I agree with you, Allison. We don't have to make a decision on this today. It's something we can discuss as more info comes out.
So let's stop for 1 second. So for our public members, do you want to define the difference between distribute and dispense as you see it? And then I believe that Melissa had an answer to something in there, just to make sure that everybody's kind of speaking, and then I'll come back to you, Jenny. So do you want to define to them distribute and dispense so they understand what you're referring to?
Yeah, I will. Dispensing is when you actually dispense it to a patient, whether you mail it to them or they come in your store and pick it up. It is patient specific. Distribute is when you are distributing product or, even commercially available product from one pharmacy to a doctor's office or a veterinarian's office or to another entity that is not a patient. So if we sign the MOU, these pharmacies will be allowed to dispense 50% of their total prescription volume out of state. If we don't sign the MOU, then any pharmacy that compounds is limited to just that 5% of their total prescription volume going out of state. And I would like to just reiterate that this is only for human compounding. This does not affect veterinarian compounding.
And Jenny, it's actually not limited to 50%. It can be up to 100%.
Oh, it is. They changed that.
Report to the FDA if it's over 50%.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I thought it was a limit.
And honestly, the FDA considered that comment that you just made, and they specifically ruled against it. They decided that distribution was going to include patient-specific dispensing. And, it is part of what they are looking at. And I mean, in terms of your concerns, there's definitely some issues with our ability to be able to meet the terms and conditions of the MOU. One of the provisions requires that we affirm that we possess and maintain the legal authority to do so. That we can effectively carry out all aspects of the MOU. And I think that really that's questionable at best for several reasons. I can kind of enumerate some of those if you like. One is that, as Melissa reviewed, if we wanted to have NABP do any of the components of this, which is kind of really the more fiscally feasible for us as a board to do, it would require sharing the name of the complainant on our complaints and also investigative information. And that's actually prohibited by the Texas Pharmacy Act. So we would not, that would be something that we would not be able to do. Their time limit is 5 days after the receipt of the complaint. I mean, we don't even get the complaints entered into our system within 5 days of the receipt of the complaint some of the time, and particularly trying to figure out if a complaint has had serious adverse reaction as a result of compounding. That sometimes is something that takes an initial investigation that we have to complete to even make that determination. Also, some of the information that is being requested to be reported to NABP is something that could potentially be considered as sensitive business information, that might be competitively sensitive in some way. And NABP is not a government entity. They are, they don't have the same protections in terms of if there's a lawsuit involved, of being able to not release that information. The information that we have is often protected by law. And finally, the data submission to NABP is voluntary. And if pharmacies don't do it or don't want to do it, we have to do it as a board. And it's certainly a lot of information that has to be collected. I really don't think that one person is enough to be able to do that. So, I mean, those are just some things that as a staff we discussed in terms of, some issues that may come up in the implementation of the MOU.
Melissa, I believe you had something.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa, and then I'll come back up to you, Jenny.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address a couple things there. Regarding the receipt of the complaint, the timing, we have asked them what exactly does receipt mean. So they're going to be evaluating just that exact concern, because they've definitely gotten it from more than one state. When it comes to submission of maybe like the complainant's name, and that's not allowed, or investigative information, the sections do say if available. So they're looking to see if available means that if it's not available because it's against state law to provide it, then that's where the board doesn't have to submit it and still be in compliance with the MOU. But they're checking on this. They haven't answered these questions yet. Regarding the board resources, I mean, certainly it's going to be adding work, but they did say that when it comes to determining inordinate amounts, a board can solely rely on the information sharing system. So if the system doesn't have the information and you don't receive it and you don't submit it, but it's out there somewhere, you're not going to be considered in violation of the MOU. But yeah, I mean, definitely there's a lot to consider in this whole process. I totally agree.
Jenny?
Yeah, I would like, before we do make a decision, I would like to hear from some of the stakeholders in our state, some of the pharmacies that would be affected. How many patients are we talking about if we don't sign it? How many patients are going to have a hard time getting the medicines that they need? Things like that. Hopefully we'll can bring it back, I don't know, in May to have a little more public comment.
Might be that we do it in June. You would still have time to sign it before the deadline. As Melissa said, you can still sign it after the deadline, but you'd still have time if we did it probably in the June, July timeframe.
And we can also ask our compounding task force to look at it as well.
Yeah, we were going to have that group hold the stakeholder public hearing, kind of at a meeting of that group, take that input there. Person always does a great job keeping us, making sure what we're doing is legal.
Hey, Jenny, are you on that task force?
No, I am not.
Ms. Montemayor.
Task force. Yeah, Donna is our board representative on the task force. All right, do we have any questions for Melissa or for Neil? And Neil, did you have any comments, questions?
No, I just wanted to take a quick second and say thank you for the board having us present today. We really appreciate it. And on behalf of NABP, we also really appreciate all your efforts in protecting the public health, especially during these difficult times. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, so I do not believe we need to take a vote on taking it to the task force. But I'll go ahead and just show of hands. Is there anybody that disagrees with that? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and have the task force review it, and then we'll look for public opinion and go from there. I will tell Neil, the interactive NABP meeting was great, and I appreciated you helping facilitate some of those breakout sessions. So thanks for y'all hosting that. I thought it was very, very useful information.
No, good. No, thank you. Thank you for your participation. I appreciate that as well. So thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Julie.
Yes, sir.
Can we recommend that Jenny be on that that task force with Donna, just so she would have her input if she would like to do that? Is that okay to do that?
Well, I mean, all board members have the ability to sit in on those and have comments, but we do have a lead on that. It's best that we go ahead and stay with that lead.
Okay.
You would always hear information. I mean, the task force does not make decisions. They just make recommendations, and then all the board members get to hear those recommendations,
okay,
provide input at that time when it's brought before the full board.
Okay.
I'll get to make
thank you
and make decisions on that at that time.
All right. All right, so next on our agenda is our white bag presentation.
Do you want to go back? I don't think it'll take very long to G4, so we don't miss that one, the annual report.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Let's go back to the annual report, yes.
That's under G4. This is our annual report that we prepare every year for the board, letting you know what we've accomplished for the last fiscal year. Year was remote, was virtual, staff working from home, meetings held from, remotely. It was a little bit different, but we still were able to carry out our mission and complete our tasks and requirements. So, really applaud the staff for stepping up and continuing to get their work done and do what they needed to do. So that is all that, there for your review. Hopefully you had a chance to review it. If not, it's lots of good things that they've done. It's also a part of, at the end of the meeting, when you conduct my evaluation, the annual report is also a part of that review, just for information.
Hey, Allison.
Yes.
On the scale of 1 to 10 in this environment of 2020, how do you think the staff and all of your colleagues did on a scale of 1 to 10 versus what we did when we were able to be together at the office?
20.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, they really, it was a lot of difficulties, and, everyone really stepped up and, figured out ways to make things happen. I had a list, and I don't know if I have it anymore. I went over it at one of our staff meetings with all the different things that, people had to do. It started out, we had to get a bunch of people laptops because, they came to the office every day. They didn't need a laptop. And we had to, figure out how to get people laptops, and our IT department, really stepped up and made that happen. And, licensing, a lot of stuff came in by paper. They immediately figured out how to try to, get things electronically and so that they could work remotely without getting all this paper, so that we could process license application and renewals, just as like how we had been before. Compliance, we worked on inspections and figured out how to do those in cases remotely, so that we could still inspect pharmacies. Every area had to figure stuff out. Legal had to figure out how to do informal conferences and conducting the board meeting. They're behind the scenes with that, and it doesn't seem like it's super complicated to hop on a Zoom and do it, but there's a ton of behind the scenes stuff going on that Ann Driscoll and Amy Burt, especially at informal conferences, and Shada Boschke, lots of people are behind the scenes making all of this happen, and it looks pretty seamless. Every now and then there's technology issues, but nothing that they're doing. It's, something with the, internet or whatever. I could probably go on about every single division in the agency, every team, what issues they've overcome and how they've, stepped up, and just things have gone just amazingly great.
Very good. Thank you to all of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Big thanks to the staff.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we're going to go to our white bagging, and we have Ryan Rue and Jeff McCluskey. If y'all want to introduce yourselves a little bit, and we're ready for your presentation. Ryan, we can't hear you.
And we've heard lots of comments on this white bagging issue. If you don't know what white bagging is, I think that Ryan will probably explain that to you. But there were becoming more and more questions and issues, and so we asked them. They had brought some information to us from MD Anderson, and so we thought they could just sort of educate you on this. There's white bagging, brown bagging, and clear bagging. You're still
all right,
muted.
Ryan, now you're on mute. We can't hear you.
There we go. How about now?
Yes.
Perfect.
All right. So I joined with my phone a moment ago. Jeff, if you did so as well, it didn't quite work out. So I'm on the computer audio. Thank you for having us today. We wanted to be able to share a little bit of information. Happy to join you all virtually. Allison, I think I'd add, as part of the virtual environment, I've learned to develop our own type of sign language so that I can tell my kids, so I no longer have to do this. I can have my own sort of know when to disturb me and when not to. But we're happy to be here. My name's Ryan Rue. I'm the Vice President of Pharmacy for MD Anderson Cancer Center. And I'm joined today by Jeff McCluskey. He's our director for our ambulatory pharmacy operations. With that, I'll jump right into it. Do you all have the presentation, or would you like for me to share my screen?
I think they have the presentation, but if you want to share your screen, that would be good too.
All right, happy to do so. Give me just a second. Can you, I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't see it right now, can you?
Not yet.
Okay, give me a second. Okay.
There we go.
All right. So we're happy, like I mentioned, we're happy to be here. I'm going to start. I've shared this presentation a couple of different places, and some of this might be elementary to many of you all being in the field of pharmacy, but we have it set up so that we can be sure that we're educating our executive leaders and our government relations folks. So we start first with this slide that speaks to the integrated business service models and service lines within major medical, our PBMs, and our specialty. There are many integrated business service lines these days, with each of the major medicals owning their own PBM and then also owning their own specialty pharmacy. This has become a bit of guided then and directionalism in my mind for patients to choose and to use those specific pharmacies that are aligned with a major medical. And I'll explain how that's starting to impact our oncology practice at MD Anderson. As Allison was teeing me up, she mentioned the white bagging, brown bagging, and clear bagging. And just as a point of reference and as for definitions, a white bagging is those situations when a third-party specialty pharmacy mails patient-specific medications to a healthcare facility for administration. This isn't something new. It's been going on for a little while. However, many of these white bagged items were ready-to-use items that didn't require any sort of manipulation. It may have been an injectable or even an oral medication back in the day. Brown bagging, which is mostly discouraged completely at this day and age, is when that third-party specialty pharmacy mails a medication directly to the patient, and then the patient would bring it into facilities. We do see some of this a little bit, and it's kind of clandestine, if you will, because a patient may pick up their medication and they can't, or they don't want to give themselves an injection. So they may bring it in during an office visit and have a nurse administer that medication. Usually these things aren't documented, and we strongly discourage those types of efforts within MD Anderson, just because of the way that we don't know how those medications have been stored. Clear bagging is a version of white bagging where the in-house specialty pharmacy is allowed to fill that medication, and then it's prepared and administered on site. Not every hospital pharmacy has a specialty pharmacy, so it's only those who might have one already that is built out could take advantage of this situation. And absolutely all examples of this, the specialty medication goes through the PBM and is discounted significantly to the PBM prices versus the major medical charges and reimbursement that you would see for an outpatient billing model. So an additional issue that we're seeing is that the major medical players are requiring specific sites of care to be changed. So we may see patients, we may start some of their cycles, and then the major medical is forcing the patient to go to an alternative site of care. So these two issues, the alternative site of care, guiding by major medical, as well as the pushing of white bagging or clear bagging, are the two issues that we wanted to chat with you all about today. MD Anderson has received notification from several payers who are adopting these practices, and it's usually with very little warning. They'll make these changes to their policies and require that we adhere to any policy changes within each year that we're contracted with them. So we may get a notification a couple of weeks before a quarter changes and be required to meet these guidelines. And as I mentioned, white bagging has been around for a while, and it's mainly around ready to use items, those immediate use, they don't need to be manipulated. However, we're seeing where many weight-based medications are being required to go through either white bagging or clear bagging. And this has caused us pause and significant concern. In fact, I'm going to walk through this example here. We have a patient who was a renal cell carcinoma patient. This is an actual event that happened with us. And prior to September 2020, the patient was insured through a commercial payer. I'll leave that payer anonymous. But the pharmacy benefit at that time did not cover those meds. After September, they changed their policy. And after 2 cycles, then they wanted to force us to use white bagging or transfer the patient to an alternative site of care. This caused our oncologist a lot of pause and a lot of anxiety as well, because that patient did not have an outside oncologist. And so our provider had to work with that individual patient and the payer to try to find an oncologist, and then work through what the plan was, because our providers didn't have prescribing rights in that particular facility. So it required not only just a conversation with the patient, having them understand what was going on, but then there's a new provider-patient relationship that had to be established, and the new oncologist had to then take on that oncology plan. What was interesting, particularly about this case, is that afterwards we were learning that the payer's alternative site of care that they were contracted with really had very little competency in providing this level of care. They didn't know anything about this targeted specialty medication. They didn't know how to prepare it. They didn't know how to monitor it. And interesting enough, they actually reached out to us and called us saying, hey, we need to know your SOP. How do you prepare this? What are the PPE that you need? How do you monitor this patient? What are the things that we need to be looking for when we administer it? So it's because of these reasons, we reached out back to the payer and said, this is for the safety of this patient. We're not going to allow it. We want an exception for clear bagging, which they gave us. And we were able to give this patient the medication to continue their therapy, their continuity of therapy, but at a significant loss. In fact, we didn't even recover the cost of the medication that we made through this process. And it was after that then we're able to get that patient transferred out. And so this slide sort of is a summary that I probably will pause on or come back to if you have any questions, and so we can have a little conversation. But there's significant patient safety risks with regard to this. Right now, what we're talking about is sole source branded products, but that may not always be the case as this continues to evolve. And we're concerned that some of those things may not match our electronic health record. And the reason that's of concern is because we have significant pieces, automation in place to be sure that the patient's getting the right drug, the right time, and so forth. It's different than maybe other hospitals in the past, but we actually have a gravimetric system that knows what medications, knows the specific gravity of it, and helps us be sure that we're providing the patient with the specific amount for that medication. Barcode scanning may not work. So a lot of concern when it comes to patient safety. A big concern is the patient may have some delays in treatment. And in the case I just described, we actually took on the financial risk so that we could prevent any kind of delay in treatment. But the systems that the major medical have set up and these outside pharmacies are not built out enough or not robust enough to ensure that this is an easy, warm handoff between one oncologist to another. As I mentioned, the safety risk is moving this out to another facility. Those facilities don't have the competencies, and the major medical companies are just trying to get a patient moved through the system without taking consideration. Product integrity is a concern to us because these outside specialty pharmacies are saying that they don't need to send us any information about track and trace, that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing for these specific items and how they're being stored. It's for this reason why we're not taking this on. Another I guess side comment about this is that sometimes what I've heard from other organizations is that they will send not just one cycle of meds, but they may send several cycles. And then you as the receiving pharmacy, hospital pharmacy, must then keep up with that inventory because it's patient specific. The labeling on this is actually, it comes a little later. So an organizational impact, as I mentioned, is that there's a huge impact to our frontline providers. This, it's confusing to them. We're going out on road shows to try to explain what's going on in the marketplace right now, but they have concerns because now they have two orders for the same medication. There's an order in the treatment plan, which has to be there for use on the medication administration record so the nurse can document against and do their monitoring and documentation of the administration. But now there's also a prescription that would need to be sent to this outside specialty pharmacy. So it can seem like the patient might be getting that medication twice. Our electronic health records aren't robust enough really to distinguish with this model. So that's a concern for us. There's what we're trying to get our arms wrapped around is some of these compliance risk items that I have listed here. There's a potential for potentially billing twice because we may send the prescription to the specialty pharmacy or to our own pharmacy and get reimbursed. And then when it's on the medication administration record, we have to make sure that we're following that record all the way through the billing parts of our electronic health record to be sure that a administration charge is then not added after the fact. The labeling that we get from these specialty pharmacies is confusing because, and we don't feel like it really meets the intent of the State Board of Pharmacy rules. The label that we receive is a patient-specific label from that outside pharmacy that might have use as directed or see physicians prescribing. It's not consistent with what Class A license rules are, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this up. When we talk to the specialty pharmacies about this, they think that they're doing what they're supposed to because it's this patient-specific label, and they've dispensed it to us then to follow. And I've mentioned the track and trace rules being circumvented. It's obvious. I'm not going to hide the fact that this is a financial impact to many organizations. We're not the only ones that are talking about this right now. And I don't feel it's the right way to ensure that they're saving a buck by causing many of these other concerns as it relates to patient safety and compliance. I think there's some reform and negotiations that we can certainly work through instead of putting the patient at the middle of this and putting them in a safety situation. We did a little bit of research just looking to see what other organizations are doing, and we tried to make this anonymous. And there are a couple of NCCNs that are doing it out of necessity in order to maintain continuity, but many of them are not. And I can tell you that talking to my colleagues in the Texas Medical Center, they are all worried about this and the path that it's taking right now. Concerned mostly, again, for the patient safety aspect of this. That's what I have is our talking points this morning, and I'm happy to take some questions or have a bit of dialogue about this if you all would like.
We also provided some information. There's an NABP report on this white and brown bagging practices. And there's a letter or a statement that was put out by the Ohio Society of Health System Pharmacists on white bagging practices. So, and then as you recall, you heard information from Sarah Wallace this morning representing TSHP on this issue.
All right, any questions for Ryan?
Hey, Ryan, it's a quick question if I could ask. What is the solution? I guess I'm trying to figure this out because I understand the compliance risk, and that's certainly the important thing. For a patient that has to go to a particular place but is in your facility, you know, I mean, how do we circumvent that, or how do we? Is there kind of an agreement that the pharmacy could make to spell out the barriers, or how do we do that?
I'd tee up Jeff here too to have some ideas around this as well. But many of the times when this occurs, what we're doing is working with the individual payers to try to get these exceptions. Whether it's a reduced reimbursement rate for that, or whether it's something that we can do to ensure that the patient gets what they need for these targeted therapies in particular. We try to work with them to get the exception, share with them the hardship that it is to get a new oncologist. And in some cases, they've given us those exceptions, and we've worked with them individually. There are some that are set in their policies, and they're not doing anything different about it. And those are the ones that we're really concerned about. There's another example that I'll share real quick is that we spoke with one of the patients, and employer was self-insured, and so they went back to their employer and they had a conversation with their employer, and then they were the ones who then helped to get the situation changed for them. It's unfortunate we're putting the patient in the middle of that in that case.
We had a patient in where I work. It was an MS patient, and drug was Ocrevus, and their payer they paid for it in 1 year. The year after, they did not pay for that again. And we had to transfer all that out to an infusion site in our area. And that was a really big problem for the patient. And anyway, I totally understand what you're talking about.
Jeff, did you have a comment?
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
In particular, NCCN and their physician leadership has also sent letters of concern to the payers on this, because you have these best practices, ideal clinical situations and monitoring for these patients that are lost in this process. We do same-day evaluations in clinic on these patients, which includes a physical assessment. Obviously, when you're outsourcing these to an alternate infusion site, all of that is lost. And these are prescribed best practices and guidelines. We've met with some of the payers, and they don't feel like they're circumventing the supply chain integrity process nor dispensing rules and labeling, despite the fact that it's not ready to use and that they're not providing any track and trace to us as the final recipient of the product that ultimately has to be manipulated for administration. So it would seem that there would be some intent that we're going to have to put into this so that we get some guidelines around it within Texas at a minimum. It is a national issue. And it could be a combination of efforts. You mentioned that THA had presented some options that they're looking at. But clearly the patient safety piece and product integrity are very large concerns for us.
Hey, Ryan and Jeff, this is Lori Hinkie. Thanks for making this so publicly aware. It's a problem at my place too, and I appreciate all the conversation around it. What are other states doing? What, as a board of pharmacy, do you have any specific recommendations that you'd like to see us follow?
Yeah, so we're looking into what other specific states boards of pharmacy are doing. We provided with the Ohio,
right?
Yeah, the association has put out. I think this is relatively new. I believe. I know that there are some organizations that they're doing this. They have to, because they might be the only oncology place in the state. But I think it's relatively new, and that maybe many of them are starting to look at it. California may have some stuff around this that are trying to prohibit it. But Jeff, do you know any other states what they're working on?
No, just California. I know they may have already passed a rule around prohibiting this external pharmacy. Basically, they're the distributor for that on-site pharmacy, so they've already worked towards eliminating that.
I'll add real quick.
But that's the only thing that I'm familiar with.
I'll add real quick that our work with the government relations folks, and they've shared with us a bill that they're trying to propose this year in Austin that THA was helping them with. So there is some stuff I think that's coming up this year, specifically maybe sponsored or helped by the hospital association.
Thank you.
I think some legislation would definitely be helpful to us in order to come up with, if a rule was needed. I mean, the way it is right now, I think that it would be difficult for us to make any other rules than what we currently have.
Yeah, I guess my question, and then Rick, I'll come back to you, is have you taken this to TDI? The one thing that as I'm listening to this, being somebody that's been in the retail world for a long time, it sounds like the same song, but the second verse, and now it's happening to another part of our family. But we've already kind of gone through this and lived these pains. And so TDI is something that it seems like would be a place to go. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
Rick Fernandez?
One follow-up, and then I'm done. What is the situation like if a pharmacy has a limited distribution access and maybe the facility does not? how does that work out? What would you propose that that pharmacy do if they have access to a medication that the facility does not and the patient needs it in there at the facility?
Well, in that case, I mean, that's the only option would be to do such a thing in those limited access situations. Being, you know, we don't have that particular problem, thank goodness. But yeah, I think that might be the only opportunity then that you would be able to do that. But even then, if you have an established relationship, what I feel like is happening is not just pharmacy directing, but it's also provider directing in my mind.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ryan or Jeff? Seeing none, thank you both for the education and for really informing us on what you're seeing.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
And with that, seeing that it's 11:55, unless there are any major objections, my recommendation is that we break for lunch and return at 12:30. We've got G9 to go over, which is the virtual training, and then the review of our mission statement.
We also have the hearing SOAH case of
Proposal for decisions.
and the other disciplinary.
That's at 1 o'clock.
Actions after. Yeah, those will be at 1.
Yeah, I just meant that was what was next, not the rest of the whole agenda.
Yeah.
Yes, at 1 o'clock. Yeah,
we get the other things done.
We have some other things that we need to make sure that we take care of as well. Yeah. All right, seeing no objections to lunch, everybody circle back a little bit before 12:30, and I appreciate all of your attention and comments this morning.
Yay!
All right, I have 12:30, but we'll wait just a moment to make sure everyone is back. I'm sure we're still missing Suzette. Okay, I'm sure we're missing Suzette. And Lori, if you can just let us know that you're on.
I am on.
Yay. All right, as soon as Suzette joins us, we'll call the meeting back to order. Allison, has anybody heard from Suzette?
I have not. And let's see, is Liz on?
There's Suzette.
I don't know if Liz is on. Since we had indicated it would probably be later to her.
All right, well, if she's not on, then let me ask Daniel this. So, Daniel, I want to make sure that we do not rush the review of the mission statement. Do you think 30 minutes is enough time? Because we do have something we have to do at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 30 minutes should be more than enough time. And if we do it afterwards, it's fine. It's yeah, there shouldn't be any issues.
All right, well, why don't we call the meeting back to order then? And then, Daniel, if you want to start us with the review of the mission statement, and if we need to, we can come back to it afterwards this afternoon.
Sure, happy to. I'll go ahead and hop into that. So if you want to click on your agenda there for G10. What I did following our last meeting was go through a lot of the recurring themes, suggestions, key terms that were reflected from the board during that November 3rd meeting. A lot of those terms included incorporating, or at least continuing to include, the term of Texans, health, education, some renewed terms of ensuring that accessibility, collaboration, leadership, health outcomes, and accessibility were also key terms that were encouraged to be included within the a new mission statement. Innovation and technology also, I thought, and forward thinking were key terms to include within a mission statement as well. And so you'll see reflected on the summary that I provided to Allison, all of the varying key terms and then the highlights of the ones that were mentioned on numerous occasions. After going through that, I went ahead, and if you'll look at that second page of the summary that I provided, just three examples or three suggestions of a potential renewed mission statement. At the top of that page 2 is our current mission statement, and just for purposes of transparency, I'll go ahead and read it out loud so the words can resonate with you. But our current mission statement is to promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare by fostering the provision of quality pharmaceutical care to the citizens of Texas through the regulation of the practice of pharmacy, the operation of pharmacies, and the distribution of prescription drugs in the public interest. Based on the feedback that I got from everyone back in November, and then trying to find ways to incorporate a number of those reoccurring themes around leadership, innovation, collaboration, going a little bit beyond what our current statement is, I went ahead and proposed these three suggested mission statements for the board's consideration. And I'll go ahead and again read through all three of these for your review and consideration. The first suggestion is suggestion A: to promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Texas by advocating for regulation that invests in innovative technologies and collaborative education that expand accessibility to quality pharmaceutical care and positive healthcare outcomes throughout the operations of pharmacies and the distribution of prescription drugs. So that is just one suggestion. And these, again, are in no particular order, but really does incorporate the interest of injecting innovative technologies, collaborative education, and accessibility and positive outcomes that had been expressed by the board. I'll move to number 2, and then we can go through each of these again. Suggestion B is to advocate for the public health, safety, and accessibility of quality pharmaceutical care to the citizens of Texas through the regulation of the practice of pharmacy and investment of innovative technologies within the operation of pharmacies and collaborative education of the next generation of pharmacy professionals. And this particular suggestion also incorporates the role and responsibility that the board has in purveying licenses to future pharmacists. So it kind of goes beyond just the regulation, distribution, but also incorporates our role that we play within pharmacy licenses. And then the final suggestion was to foster the preservation of quality pharmaceutical care and healthcare outcomes for the citizens of Texas through the advocacy of laws that strengthen the practice of pharmacy, invest in technology resources and professional development that enhance the operation of pharmacies and expand accessibility of the distribution of prescription drugs in the public interest. So those are just 3 suggestions at this point in the time that we have prior to our 1 o'clock hearing. Really just wanted to leave this to some discussion, see if there's any consensus on either of these 3 suggestions, or if there's elements of each that you would like to extract and then create a different suggestion. But at this point, I really want to leave it to the board to provide me with any additional thoughts on what I've brought forward to you thus far.
So, Daniel, I like the first one, but from the second one, I like the part about the last part about the education of future pharmacists or whatever that is.
Sure.
If there was a way to maybe put some of that part of 2 into 1.
Okay.
The reason 3 is good too. The only reason that I gravitate more towards 1 is because 3 doesn't really talk about outcomes. It just talks about things and not necessarily the outcomes to patients. So that's just my thought.
And my whole purpose behind doing that was strategic, to kind of give you different pieces to work from, still being reflective of the elements that all of you had provided during our November meeting, but not trying to sway in any particular direction without the direction of the board. So I appreciate that feedback, and I'll as you're talking and as you're sharing your suggestions, I'll try to make some modifications that I can share before our 1 o'clock hearing.
Jenny?
Can I point something out? Just from our discussion earlier today, the distribution of prescription drugs.
I thought about that.
Can we maybe even say dispensing and distribution?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is the mission statement for this board. So whatever you would like to see in it, I'll certainly do my best to wordsmith it in the way that you want it. But you're wanting it distribution and dissemination?
Dispensing and distribution.
Dispensing and distribution. Okay. I'll work on a modification for that as well.
Thank you.
I think the other thing, and Donna kind of hit on it with the outcomes, is, you know, when I hear just the part of dispensing and distributing, I always think about the fact that, you know, pharmacist is on the news or on TV, it's always the floating hand. And we know that our pharmacists are so much more. So I think we need to have something in there about whether it's pharmaceutical services or just services in general. I think that that's part of our being forward thinking, is knowing that we do more than just dispense and distribute medications.
Okay. Any other thoughts to share at this point? If you'd like, if I can have permission to share my screen, I'll show you the modifications that I've made in the last few moments. I'll even blow it up a little bit on the screen. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I've got access now. And so it may look long, but that's just because I blew up the text to a larger font. But just in the suggestions that I've received thus far, utilizing the entirety of option A with an edit from option B and adding in the term of dispensing and the distribution probably needs a little bit more, some grammatical corrections, but I'll read through this one as a hybrid. To promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Texas by advocating for regulation, regulation that invests in the innovative technologies and collaborative education that expands accessibility to quality pharmaceutical care and positive healthcare outcomes through the operation of pharmacies, dispensing and distribution of prescription drugs, and collaborative education for the next generation of pharmacy professionals. That's probably some punctuation that needs to be edited within this, and I can certainly do that. But overall, does that capture the interest of the board?
What if it's if we took? I'm sorry, Allison. What if where it says quality pharmaceutical care? I mean, what if it just said quality care and services and positive healthcare outcomes through the operation of? I mean, because if you look at like MTMs and TIPS, those are cognitive clinical skills. If you look at, you know, immunization, you know, that's a service. And I think there's other you know, you look at all the pharmacists that are doing COVID tests right now. And it could say care and services for positive healthcare outcomes if you want to delete positive healthcare outcomes in there. But I think it's very important as we look at being innovative and being leaders and knowing that our, you know, things are changing, that we look at the fact that it needs to encompass everything. So you know, I think those services are important. And then Allison, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, you know, one of our huge responsibilities is the licensing
Right.
of pharmacies, pharmacists, technicians. I don't know if somewhere that could sort of be included.
Absolutely. And again, this is just a review. If you'd like, I can do my best to try to include that in there, make some additional adjustments, and bring this back before we're done with our meeting. I feel confident that I can get that done between now and before we adjourn.
And I don't think we have to rush it. I think one of the things, if we look at a goal, you know, our goal for our overall vision, we need to be working towards it. You know, but, you know, maybe it's something that we tweak between now and the beginning of the fiscal year, which seems like a long way away, but it's really not when you think about it's 2 meetings away.
Okay.
In essence, I think it's really important that we all really think through the picture of what, you know, the future success of our profession is, or how we fit into that, and what it looks like. So
I've got one comment here. It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't read right on the 4th line there, where it says, 3rd line, innovative technologies and collaborative education that expand accessibility. I'm looking, something there just doesn't sound right. I'm thinking something like invests in innovative technologies and collaborative education through the expansion of accessible, I don't know, I'm kind of stuck after that, but I think what's throwing me is the word that. I think not that one, the next one, sorry. After education. Oops, sorry about that. I don't know what I did. Oh, okay. So by advocating for regulation that invests in innovative technologies and collaborative education through the expansion of quality care and services, yada, 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 something along those lines.
Okay, I'll work on that one.
Bradley, I'm with you. I got hung up on both of the that's and it kind of lost some meaning to me. But when I think of being innovative, I think of not only our technologies being innovative, but our practices being innovative. It may not just be technology that is innovative. And so I almost don't like using the word technology because it seems like it's binding us to that.
Sure, technologies could easily be part of practices. Yeah.
And then I just, the only thing I think outcomes has to be somewhere there. I don't know how to say that without getting too many words in there, but outcomes is now really the end game for us, and because dispensing is not sustaining the pharmacies, outcomes is really what shows value for the end of the intervention. So I think it has outcomes somewhere in there like we have before.
I agree, Rick.
Excellent. And that had been one of the key terms that had been reoccurring. So yeah, I'll definitely work on trying to come up with some alternatives that include positive outcomes, incorporates licensing. I'll work on this one a little bit more on that 4th line, and innovative practices. I think certainly works. It's much more inclusive and encompassing than technologies. And as far as
collaborative education's in there twice, I'm not sure that.
Yeah, I think that got in there when I added that 2nd line. When I added when I tried to, yeah. So I'll work on that one as well. Great. That's what I really needed for right now, is just give me a sense of where things are going, what I can add, and I'll work on this, and we'll send an update to Allison so that she can distribute amongst you. And I guess if we want to bring this back at a later meeting, that's fine. Otherwise, if we want to make some adjustments in between now and then bring a final version to our June meeting, I think that would be sufficient.
Can I mention
Great work, Daniel.
Daniel, can I mention one more thing?
Go for it.
I think collaborative is a great word to include in there. But again, I think maybe if we could use not necessarily associate it with education, because our collaboration is multidisciplinary. I think it goes way beyond the educational piece of it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Any other suggestions, thoughts, anything that catches your eye that you want me to work on while we're in this meeting or before our next meeting? Otherwise, I think I've got my marching orders.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I think this is a great thing for us to be doing as a group. I do know that Liz Wilroy is here, so we can go back up to G9 and have a discussion on virtual training. All right, Ms. Wilroy, if you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and we don't have you on camera, so
Okay.
I want to turn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
You should be able
Yes.
to.
And if you'd like, turn your camera on as well.
Oh, I'm not for sure I know how to do that. Oh, start my video? Okay.
Yes, it should be right next to your
Okay.
mute. It's okay if you just want to share your screen, though.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen because I don't want to waste your time. So anyhow, is it sharing my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, let me go back to share my screen. Share my screen. Now that's not me. So
No, we can see your screen now.
you see my screen. So I brought up the state board, a copy of the state board rules. And what I wanted to discuss is I know Bradley and Allison know me. I don't know the rest of the people on the board, so I apologize. But I've been in education and training since 1988. I started the technician training program at Houston Community College, and my husband is the administrator for pharmacy education resources. And he has brought to my attention that he's had several requests for pharmacy education resources, which I assist in writing the books, to go to virtual hands-on training. And that really concerns me because as an educator, I don't feel that technicians or pharmacists can actually be trained virtually for sterile products. And as a patient, in 2005, I got cancer, and I had to step down as the director of the pharmacy program in 2011. And I still get chemo every 6 months for preventative for my cancer. And as a patient, I don't like the idea of someone who's never actually done hands-on making my IVs. I don't feel that's a safe way to train. But in the past, the rules had said, if I can scroll down. So the rules, this is from the Texas State Board of Pharmacy Rules and Regulations, section 291.133, pages 232 to 241. As far as training, it says for pharmacists, their initial training and continuing education, I've highlighted in blue. It says complete through a single course a minimum of 20 hours of instruction and education in the areas listed in paragraph 4D of this subsection. Such training shall be obtained through a completion of a recognized course in an accredited college of pharmacy or a course sponsored by an ACPE accredited provider. It said, let's see what I didn't highlight. Sorry. We'll look at the technician one. Hang on. So, in the technicians, it says a pharmacy technician who shall compound sterile preparations for administration shall have initial training obtained either through the completion of a single course, a minimum of 40 hours of instruction, and experience. So in the past, it said hands-on experience. It didn't just say experience. And I don't know when it got pulled out of the rules where it said hands-on. So if you see in the pharmacists and the technicians, it says complete through a single course, a minimum of 20 hours of instruction and experience. And so what has been brought to my husband's attention at, with pharmacy education resources, and this is the third time he's had a request, is that there's several people out there who are ACPE approved that are doing virtual training. They are not doing for their experience. They are not doing hands-on. So for instance, this is the NPTA website, National Pharmacy Technician. So they let you register it for at home. You can do it at work, or you can go to their Houston site. But when you do it at home, you go down here and at home, they say temporarily during COVID, it allows you to complete skills and hands-on at home, which it says it's done by a combination of a video simulation and a video mock training, where they do video phone calls and question and answer sessions by an instructor. And then they send you a kit that you do and you send it back to them, which in my opinion, you have no hood at home. You don't have the proper sink. They have no way of knowing that you actually made it right. And this is one of the places that they're reaching out saying to my husband, well, NPTA is doing this for technicians. And so technicians are getting IV certified doing this. Another one of the places that's doing it is called ProCE. And this is the ProCE site. The ProCE site is doing a virtual one where when they click on it, they virtually allow them to, let me see if I can get this here. Can I get it to go down? Where they tell you that it's self-study modules and a virtual CE where you click on it, and even the demo, I don't know if I can play the demo for you, but they have all these CE components and it's 23 hours. And I think this is mainly geared for pharmacists because for a technician, 23 hours won't work. We require a technician to have 40 hours. I can scoot this over. I can't get my computer to scoot it over.
But let me ask the board this. We do have something that we're supposed to do at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that the board has the ability to ask Ms. Wilroy questions.
Sure.
Ms. Wilroy, would you be willing to come back on after?
Anytime.
In like probably 20, maybe or so minutes. I mean, just kind of be on standby. Don't leave the meeting. And then when
Sure.
when the next thing is over, we can pull you back.
Sure. My email said to come on at 1, so I'm sorry I wasn't on earlier.
No, that's no problem.
Sure. I'll hold.
All right, they're going to take you back out, and then we'll come back to you. All right. So we're going to go down to I, and we're going to do the consideration of proposals for decision. And I believe that John will be joining us.
Good afternoon.
Yes, John Griffith is the litigation counsel, and he is the attorney that handled the case for the board, and he will be presenting his part of the proposal for decision, and then the attorney for the respondent will have that opportunity as well. Turn it over to John.
All right. Well, we're going to start with CVS 7816. On November 13, 2020, a proposal for decision was issued by an administrative law judge, or ALJ, from the State Office of Administrative Hearings in the matter of contested case of Texas State Board of Pharmacy versus CVS Pharmacy 7816. Procedurally, CVS Pharmacy 7816 holds a Class A pharmacy license as a community pharmacy. In the proposal for decision, the administrative law judge found by a preponderance of the evidence that CVS Pharmacy 7816 violated the Pharmacy Act and the board's rules, in that respondents' pharmacists committed dispensing errors by dispensing the wrong drug to the patient and failing to detect the error during the final verification of the prescription. At the hearing, board staff presented evidence of prior agreed board orders entered against pharmacies that committed similar dispensing errors, and the ALJ recommended a sanction against CVS Pharmacy 7816 consistent with those ABOs for a 2-year probation and a $1,200 probation fee. Now, board staff has prepared a board order for entry that you've been provided that reflects the ALJ's recommended sanction that is consistent with board precedent and the recommendation of the informal conference panel for a 2-year probation. Staff urges the entry of the proposed board order, as this disciplinary action is in the public interest.
John, are you finished?
Yep.
Okay, if I may, I'm going to attempt to share my screen. This is a case where all of the evidence other than the patient's complaint showed a proper prescription fill, but the license holder was still given 2 years of probation. My name is Ethan Rannis. I represent CVS 7816. CVS is asking the board not to adopt the PFD because there was not a preponderance of the evidence to show that CVS was at fault for the misfill. And given the lack of evidence of a misfill, it is unfair to pursue discipline. Please let me know if you have a question about any of the following, and I'll pause and acknowledge you. So the patient's allegations in this case were that she received a prescription for Tylenol number 3 for dental pain. That's Tylenol with codeine. She received a properly labeled vial from CVS 7816. It was uncontested at trial that the vial was properly labeled. 6 days later, she claims that she discovered a tablet dissolving, looked up the medication in the vial, and believed the entire vial was full of Zofran, an anti-nausea medication. The investigation of the patient's claims did not appear to go beyond the patient's statements. There was never any contact with the patient's primary care physician. The patient stated in her initial written statement that she had previously used Zofran, but there was no recorded information about that. And there were never any records pulled from other pharmacies, despite the fact that the patient said that she actually switched between several different pharmacies. 3 years passed between this incident and when it was brought before the ALJ. And as a result, neither side had the full story because there was an incomplete investigation. So the only real evidence was the patient's testimony and a few photos she took. it's unclear, for example, when the patient began using the medication and how frequently she took it. And the only other witness was a regulatory expert who was speaking solely to the regulations and had no factual knowledge. The investigator was not called. So what this presents is what's known as a chain of custody problem. There's no proof of the contents of the vial when it left CVS. The original dispensed medication could have been used by someone, could have been removed by a bad actor, and we just have no way of knowing. The error itself, the purported error, was actually reported after the time period when using the medication according to the instructions in the bottle, the medication would have been completely used. And then it was returned to a different pharmacist on duty. And there was some argument that this different pharmacist on duty could confirm that this was a misfill, but she had no firsthand knowledge of what happened at all. CVS's internal records show that there was a proper fill. There was a correct barcode scan. There was a visual verification entry for the pharmacist. There were no hard stops. There were no barcode errors. And if you look at these, this table right here, you'll see that there is an entry in the middle that says multi-package scan right here. That happens at 8:20 on February 15, 2018. 4 minutes later, roughly, there is the label reprint, the data entry verification, and the visual verification. So about 4 minutes elapses during this entire fill.
Madam President, I'm going to object at this point. You know, we're not here today to relitigate the facts of the case. You know, we had a formal contested case hearing for that. And, you know, we're here today to talk about adopting that proposal for decision and talk about the sanction. I think what Mr. Reynes is getting into is not going to be helpful to the board in determining what the appropriate sanction would be.
I think the facts of the case matter a lot in terms of what the appropriate sanction is. And I think that there was significant contested facts at this hearing. I think the board deserves to hear the full story, and I'm not going over the 15 minutes I've been allotted. I think I've been moving very quickly. I got 4 minutes and 25 seconds on my timer so far, and I've got 4 more slides after this. Julia, I think you might have tried to say something, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I would say, but he said he is correct that it isn't a relitigation, so.
And we're not attempting to relitigate this. We are just trying to show what the facts are and show why we think the PFD is inappropriate in terms of the discipline it assesses. May I continue?
Quickly go through the next slide.
Now, CVS also called an industry expert, Dennis McAllister, who was the past president of the Arizona Board of Pharmacy and had 15 plus years of experience in pharmacy regulations. He said the misfill was extremely unlikely, partially because there was completely different packaging between the two drugs in question. They were on separate shelves. And in order to create the mix-up that was theorized, you'd have to have multiple drugs in the filling station, which would be totally contrary to CVS's policy. And that actually, I think, goes especially towards our point here, which is the license was the pharmacy license was the subject of this penalty. And if the pharmacy has in place the appropriate policies to prevent accidents like this.
Okay, I think, okay, let me interrupt you there. So you know, there's a difference between stating facts and reiterating and putting theory in there. So let's just be very simple with what you've got left and be able to move forward.
Okay. So just to reiterate then, there's a chain of custody issue. There's a question of whether returning it to the pharmacist in charge creates an evidence of guilt. And then there was this theory that the pharmacist was distracted, but there was no evidence of that theory. So the proposed discipline in this case was very different between the pharmacist and the license holder. The pharmacist got continuing education and no penalties to the license beyond that. The license holder, the pharmacy, was given 2 years probation and an administrative fee. The reason why is because 3 years earlier, the pharmacy had another misfill with a different pharmacist. The way that these cases have been going is that there is this idea of progressive discipline against a license holder, which means that the probation can stack. So right now it's 2 years probation, but if another misfill happens within 3 years, you may have another 4 years probation tacked onto that and possibly a higher fine, because these incidents in the past keep coming back over and over and over again, even if there was a fairly long length of time between them, or even if different personnel were involved. So you see that there is harsher discipline being given to the license holder and little to no discipline being given to the actual pharmacist. This leads to questions about how this PFD fits within the board's policy. The board has said before that it is non-punitive, that it's not intending to punish for mistakes. But if you have this progressive discipline, it could well mean that if you have 3 mistakes over the course of 9 years, you're facing 6 years of probation and accompanying fees. And that's your license. That's an issue there. It's not anything small, it's the actual license of the pharmacy. There's also a question of whether the patient's accusation alone is enough for a case like this to go forward. If there's perfect records from the pharmacy, there's no real way for the pharmacy to actually contest it if the patient's accusation alone gets you all the way towards guilt. And then you were discussing the mission statement before, which was to promote, preserve, and protect public safety. And in a case like this, where it's not even clear whether there was a misfill, and when all the records show that the filling of the prescription was properly performed, the question is, how does disciplining the license holder and having this progressive discipline of probation further public safety?
John, did you have something to say?
Madam President, I do. Board members, I just want to iterate that, respondent in this case had an opportunity under the rules of SOAH, under SOAH's rules, to file written exceptions to the administrative law judge's proposal for decision, and they failed to do so. Thus, the judge whose role in this process is to make these findings of fact. He decides the facts, whose job is to assess the credibility of the witnesses and to weigh the evidence. The judge was denied any opportunity to reconsider any of the findings of fact that you see in the PFD or any of the conclusions of law. And he was in the best position to decide whether or not the facts were wrongly decided in the PFD. And because of this, further, staff has been denied any opportunity to respond even to those arguments. Respondents simply skipped that opportunity that's provided by SOAH's rules. And we are not here today to relitigate the facts of the case. We're here to talk about the sanction and what's appropriate based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law that the judge has already laid out and that were not contested as part of the contested case proceeding. Thank you.
May I briefly respond?
Briefly.
The SOAH rules do not require exceptions to preserve error. We can actually have a motion for rehearing, which we'll present to the board if the board takes up this order. And there we're able to argue that a new rehearing is necessary because of fundamental errors by the ALJ. If the board does accept the order, it is likely that CES will file that motion for rehearing. So there will be an opportunity for a new fact finder to assess this issue.
All right, so board, our position or our task here is to look at the sanction itself. As has been stated, we're not retrying the case. It is 2 years probation as well as the administrative penalty. Comments from the board. I will make one comment. I do think that based upon normal precedence of what we do, I do think that with the probation that the CQIP should be added, just for, it's always a learning experience, and that really, I think, needs to be part of it.
I agree with you, Julie, on that.
We could certainly add that to the order.
Julia, my question, I guess, I'm confused what we're deciding. We're deciding whether the judge was correct in their decision, or is that what we're deciding?
No, you're here to decide about the sanction in this case.
Okay.
So, you've been presented by a proposal for decision by the administrative law judge. And, unless you think there was an error made, which, that the arguments that Mr. Reynes made are the same arguments that he made during the trial. And the judge was not convinced of those arguments. The judge is the trier of fact in this case, not the Board of Pharmacy. And the judge has the obligation to make conclusions of law, which the judge did. And that judge found that errors were made and concluded that laws were violated. As a result of that, the judge made a recommendation in terms of the sanction. The board is not obligated to accept that recommendation. They can change a recommendation with proper justification. In this case, the staff, Mr. Griffith, and obviously the board member that was present at the informal conference, that those recommendations were for the 2-year probation with an administrative penalty. And
So let me stop you there, Kirsten, for a second. So, basically, Kirsten has laid out what we need to do. If we feel like we need to have additional information from Kirsten, we have the ability to go into executive session. And if y'all feel like you need that, then we just need to have a motion for us to do that. But if not, then we have the ability to rule that the judge was correct in what he did and move forward.
Are you looking for a specific motion, or would it be would it be okay if I just went ahead and made a motion to approve the initial sanctions?
The motion would be to approve the SOAH board order that is presented to you.
So moved.
Did you say so moved?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
I'll
so
second it.
So we have a motion and a second. I will ask for clarification because I had made a request and Jenny had agreed that CQIP be added. Is your motion with the CQIP, yes, or is it? Okay.
No, my motion includes your amendment.
All right. So currently we have a motion and a second. Allison, would you like to take a vote, please?
Off mute. All right. Donnie Lewis?
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum?
Yes.
Rick Fernandez?
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero?
Yes.
Lori Hinkey? We'll come back. Brad Miller?
Yes.
Donna Montemayor?
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina? Suzette, did you?
Yes. Did you hear me?
Rick Fish?
Yes.
Okay, and did we get Lori?
She may have had to drop.
Okay, yeah, she may have had to drop. Okay, so we will mark her as not voting.
All right. John, do you want to walk us through the next one?
One second, there's a different attorney for that, so we'll have to bring on the other attorney
Okay.
for CVS.
Is this a similar process where it's already gone through its initial review by a judge and we're just
Yes, there was a full contested case hearing, a trial at the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
Thank you.
I believe that Mr. Hilborn has joined us.
I am here. I was wondering how you were going to get me into the room, and now I know.
It's all magic. Ann and Shada do an awesome job. John, would you like to go ahead and proceed?
Sure. We're here to talk about proposal for decision against CVS 11067. On November 10th, 2020, a proposal for decision was issued by an administrative law judge, or ALJ, at the State Office of Administrative Hearings in the matter of contested case, Texas State Board of Pharmacy versus CVS Pharmacy 11067. Procedurally, the pharmacy holds a Class A community pharmacy license. The administrative law judge found by preponderance of the evidence that CVS Pharmacy 11067 violated the Pharmacy Act and the board's rules in that respondents' pharmacists, the PIC, committed dispensing errors while dispensing the wrong drug to the patient and failed to identify a clinically significant high dosage as part of the drug utilization review. At the hearing, board staff presented evidence of prior agreed board orders entered against pharmacies that were issued reprimands for first-time dispensing errors. And the administrative law judge has recommended a sanction against CVS Pharmacy consistent with those agreed board orders for a reprimand. However, staff is asking that the reprimand be accompanied by an administrative penalty of $1,500. That's under Board Rule 281.652B, which sets the amount for the drug utilization or the drug regimen review error at that amount of $1,500. That penalty is supported by, in the proposal for decision, by finding of fact number 9, which describes the error itself. Staff is also asking for the imposition of a continuous quality improvement program to help prevent future errors. Both an administrative penalty and the requirements of a continuous quality improvement program are part of the board's standard sanction for such violations, and it's consistent with board precedent and the recommendation of the informal conference panel that originally heard this case. Staff raised these arguments in support of these additional sanctions through staff's exceptions to the PFD, and that's in the record. Please remember that Board Rule 281.60B, that concerns the board's role in disciplinary matters, and provides that in these matters, the board is not bound by the recommendation of the ALJ, and the determination of the appropriate sanction is reserved to the board itself within the scope of the Pharmacy Act and the Administrative Procedures Act. Board staff has, because of this, we've prepared 2 orders for entry that you've been provided. One of the orders is just for the ALJ's recommended sanction of a reprimand. And the second order, as staff's recommended, is what staff is recommending. That includes a $1,500 administrative penalty and a continuous quality improvement program consistent with board precedent and the informal conference panel's recommendation, the justification of which is provided in the order itself. Staff thereby urges the entry of the second proposed board order, as this disciplinary action is in the public interest. Thank you.
Mr. Hilborn.
Good afternoon. I'm Harold Hilborn. I'm outside counsel for CVS. I represented CVS at the hearing before Administrative Law Judge Bahara. I'm here today to ask that the board adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommended discipline in Judge Bahara's proposal for decision, subject to the one change that Judge Bahara identified in his December 29th letter following his ruling on board staff's exceptions. Judge Bahara provided a well-reasoned explanation for his recommended sanction of a reprimand and a well-reasoned explanation of why, under the particular facts of this case, a continuous quality improvement plan and an administrative penalty are not necessary or appropriate. Judge Bahara pointed out that unlike when the board enters into agreed orders that impose monetary penalties for prescription errors, This case involved mitigating factors. The board doesn't consider or address mitigating factors when it negotiates and approves agreed orders or when pharmacies sit for informal settlement conferences. Now, in this case, there were several mitigating factors found by Judge Bahara. One was that the prescription error here was an isolated incident that occurred because the dispensing pharmacist had just returned to the bench after several years in a corporate supervisory role. That pharmacist appeared at the hearing, and she testified about how and why her error occurred. Second, the pharmacy's policies and procedures and computer software were all designed to prevent the kind of errors that occurred here. And in fact, software clearly identified for the pharmacist the issue with the dosage of the drug. CVS cooperated in the board's investigation, as Judge Bahara found, and Judge Bahara also found that CVS took remedial measures by changing its verification process so that data entry verification is now occurring at a separate stage in the dispensing process. One of the things that we hear from Mr. Griffith is that board staff is looking for consistency, but there are two problems with that. I mean, the first relates to something I mentioned just a moment ago, and that is that agreed board orders don't provide an apples to apples basis for comparing and determining what sanction is appropriate. And that's because these agreed board orders don't address the mitigating factors like we have in this case. The second reason is that using a consistent approach to discipline doesn't mean that the board is supposed to apply a rigid, lockstep, cookie cutter, one size fits all approach to every case. Consistent just doesn't mean identical. Every case, particularly one that goes to a hearing where witnesses testify under oath about what happened and why, every case should be decided on its own merits. Judge Bahara, who heard the evidence, was in the best position here to determine what kind of discipline is warranted under the unique facts of this case. And what he's proposed is eminently reasonable. In this case, a monetary penalty would only serve to punish CVS, but this isn't a case that warrants a punishment. We do recognize that continuous quality improvement plans can help prevent errors, but given what actually happened in this case, we just don't think it's necessary. That said, if the board is inclined to make any changes to Judge Bahara's recommended discipline, adding a CQIP is something that would be acceptable to CVS. But we are asking that in this case, there not be a monetary penalty, and that the reprimand, and at most the reprimand, is sufficient.
Tom?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I just want to say that, the informal conference panel that considers these cases, they do consider the aggravating and mitigating factors in each case as they come up. And the panel in this case did do that. And the second option that staff is proposing is what they recommended. And that includes that CQIP to help address any deficiencies in the pharmacy's practice. And I would ask you to remember that the vast majority of cases that come before the board, they're resolved, at the informal level, informal conference level through an agreed board order, and not, before the State Office of Administrative Hearings. It's rare that we have a case before the State Office of Administrative Hearings. I'll remind you also that under the law, the board, again, has the discretion in determining the appropriate sanction. It is not bound by the ALJ's recommendation. Per the board's own rule, it's imperative to, again, strive for that consistency for these first-time dispensing errors. And that's what we're attempting to do here. The second option that's been presented to you, staff believes that achieves that objection of consistency. And it's supported by the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Plus, it supports the recommendation of the informal conference panel that originally heard the case. So once again, staff is going to strongly urge the entry of the second proposed board order. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hilburn, you have your hand up. Do you have anything else before I take it to the board?
I think that, I just want to reiterate that there's no point in going to a hearing if the manner in which the administrative law judge hears the evidence and hears everything is just going to be ignored in the sake of the board ultimately going and doing whatever it was that the informal conference panel initially recommended. Every case should be considered on its own merits, and Judge Bahara did that here, and there isn't a reason not to approve what it is that he recommended.
All right, thank you. All right, board members.
Well, I make a motion that we go with the number 2 that our staff recommended, which is a CQIP and the $1,500 administrative fee.
Second that motion.
I do have a motion and a second. Allison, will you take a vote?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
No.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey. She's, I think, still gone. Brad Miller,
Abstain.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
By my count, unless I'm wrong, the motion passes. All right, thank you, Mr. Hilburn and Mr. Griffith.
Thank you.
We appreciate all of you being on the board meeting and bringing this matter forward. All right, I believe that we'll let Ms. Wilroy, if she is still on, finish. As she comes back on, we can do a number of things with this. We can have no action. We can direct the staff to look further at the wording and the rules. Ms. Wilroy, are you back on?
Yeah, she's coming on. It looks like she's muted. I would like to point out, I went back and I believe I was able to find previous versions of the sterile compounding rules. I did not see anywhere where we ever referenced hands-on. The rules talked about practical experience and things like that, which when the rules were adopted, really the only way you could do experiential training would be in person. There weren't, and Zoom and virtual training was not as common as it is now today. So just wanted to let you know that we didn't ever use the words that I could find hands-on.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So I guess my question is, with the virtual training happening, is there a way we could add hands-on to it or something to prevent different companies from doing the virtual training and the video training that they're doing? The Pro CE, which I think we stopped at, I had the video training where I don't know if I can play that video for you. They
I don't think the video is really necessary.
Okay. They just have you go online and watch. They have a virtual clean room, and they have a syringe that you virtually draw back to the syringe how many cc's. They have a vial, and you pick a vial. They have the hood, and you just set the things. You pick items, so it's kind of like a video game. But to me, that's not making a sterile product. You know, you're not actually in a hood. You're not touching the products. Who could can you really draw back a syringe and not have bubbles and things like that? At HCC, we've with COVID, we've brought our clean. We have 17 hoods in the clean room. We've brought it down to 9 students and 1 instructor, so we only have 10 people. But we still do hands-on.
Let me ask Jenny a question, if I can, Ms. Wilroy, and this might help you, and it may help our conversation as well. So you know, Jenny, I mean, I'm obviously not a sterile compound person, so I rely on you. But anything that a technician does within a pharmacy, it's up to the pharmacy manager and the pharmacist on duty to do a complete skills check and to ascertain that they are qualified hands-on to do that task. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but in a training course, there should be a component of that training course that has that hands-on component. Allison, I've gone back to the 2016, and the book in 2016 references prior to September 1st of 2015, but I haven't made it to the post 2015 part yet. You know, I was looking at this earlier, and I like the addition of adding the instruction experience and demonstrated proficiency. So yes, even though that should be done at the employee's work site when they get back from a training session, it should be learned at a course. And I don't think you can do that virtually.
Yes, Bradley.
Just to further expand on this, my hospital, we do run the technicians as well as the pharmacists through an on-site training course, but that is just to show and teach the staff how we do something, which is different than maybe Lori's hospital, et cetera, et cetera. We do expect them to, if they've gone through a training course, to have the basics down, okay? They've become ACPE certified, great. Again, we still run them through a training process that can take anywhere from a week to probably about 2.5 weeks. Secondly, we don't have a pharmacist looking over the shoulder of the tech making the product in our lab. The pharmacist does check the work that the tech did. There is a little bit of debate on that, but bottom line here, what we want to do, or I don't want to speak for or put words in Liz's mouth, but I believe what we want to do is make sure that the person, in this case, the technician that is going through IV training, that they have a structured classroom experience. I know the virtual thing is probably the next up and coming whatnot, but looking at the Pro CE video, it was almost like a cartoon. Picking of the different vials and the different syringes and whatnot. We have no clue if it's actually the student that is making those selections. It could be somebody else in the room. It could be, we have no verification. Bottom line is some kind of a structured IV training course with an approved instructor on hand, looking over the shoulder. I mean, there are a lot of, you can easily contaminate a sterile product, and doing something at home virtually, you pick up a bad habit, and it's very hard to teach an old dog new tricks, kind of a thing. So that's just one example of the shadowing, but that's my take on everything. I'll defer back to Liz.
Yes, sir, Rick.
I mean, I definitely agree that learning these tasks virtually seems challenging because of the impact, the risk involved. So I totally understand that. My question is on the accreditation of these programs. I mean, these programs are accredited to provide this. Is that where the issue is, that they shouldn't be accredited to sign off on the fact that this person has this training under their belt? So you're right. It seems like they should have additional hands-on, but I don't know where that lands. So I just only question I had.
That's my concern, is that ASHP is actually accrediting these programs. I can't stop ASHP from accrediting them, but I think as a state board, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy has always been on the forefront of education and training, that we can, in the wording, not accept a program that does not have the hands-on training. So in our wording, we just say they have to be ASHP accredited. But when we say 20 hours of instruction and we say ASHP, we say instruction, but we can say instruction and live or hands-on experience, as opposed to just saying the word experience, so that we're not accepting just any ACPE program or ASHP. I'm sorry. Because I'm not for sure why ASHP, maybe because of COVID, they're accepting the virtual, but I don't understand why they would accept a non-hands-on program.
If you say that it's an ASHP program, it will be very difficult for us to know which programs have hands-on, which programs do not have hands-on. I will just tell you it will be enforcement nightmare. And I'm not sure we want to be in the business of trying to, tell people which programs they can take and which ones they can't. That's why we rely on the accrediting body to say they're okay. If it's ASHP or ACPE or whatever, they've approved the program that meets certain conditions, and then, but I'll leave that up to you all to discuss further.
On the ACPE certificate, it just says, congratulations, you've passed, kind of a thing. Not to put it necessarily on the board or board staff, and say me, since I hire techs, and if they are ACPE certified, they present that certificate. Could I, let's see, is it now like my responsibility to contact that school, that program that they went through, and say, hey, was there any hands-on?
I think you always have that I think you always have that right. I think it kind of goes back to my question too, and that, you know, when we look at any practice setting, the pharmacist, the pharmacy manager has to certify that whatever tech duties that they're supervising, that they say that that person is trained and is able to do it.
Hey, Bradley.
Yeah.
In your facility, I presume you're at that hospital still in Austin. Is it not true that when an applicant comes in with a certificate like this one, then you say, okay, I'm glad you passed that hurdle. We're going to go through a period of training, or for a few weeks, if you will, more than 40 hours of training in your facility before you can be left alone in the hood to do those compounds? Is that what you do there? Is that your procedure when you?
Basically, yes. Yes.
Okay.
But
That's
Bradley works in a hospital, and my concern is, you know, when I get my chemo, I go to a home care setting. And so the home care settings don't necessarily put their technicians through a 40-hour training.
They have to go through a 40-hour training if they're doing sterile compounding.
Well, they come in with their 40-hour ACPE, and then they just process validate them when they get there.
So it kind of heard both sides of it. Do we want to look at further language for the next meeting? What is the pleasure of the board?
Can I just add one more comment here? There are some institutions where the pharmacist is making the IV and chemo preparations in this state, but the vast majority of the hospitals employ the technicians to do this. And reverting back to our mission statement about protecting the citizens' health and whatnot of Texas turf race, we want to make sure that everybody is educated and trained appropriately with the certification, documentation, etc. Because the pharmacists, they got a million other things going on. I understand that. And we just want to make sure that the product is made correctly, validated, and given to the patient.
Agreed.
And so I don't know what wording we can do. I don't know where to go, but it was just a concern that Liz brought up to me a month or so ago, and then Allison included it in our meeting today. So thank you.
Are these all relatively new type of programs? I'm sorry, did somebody mention that these are now like starting to come up because of COVID, or these have been in place for a while? I don't remember if we discussed this.
Those programs have been in place for a while. They just added the virtual training to their training.
Okay, so virtual is now can be a component of that training as opposed to
new components.
In person. Okay, all right.
We have not added that to HCC. We will not add it to our program. I won't allow that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be difficult to kind of, manage that from a board perspective, to figure out who is and who is not requiring, I think, to Allison's point earlier. And I think there's, obviously some responsibility of the employers of these individuals to, ascertain their abilities and be able to manage whatever they're asking them to do, which is back to Julie's point. So I don't know how we find a middle ground here to help, manage what the concerns are relative to these programs. And they are accredited. So, I mean, again, we're relying on their expertise to validate whether this is an appropriate type of training for folks.
Hey, Suzette,
Mhm.
what do you think? Do you think that those training programs have any liability themselves? If there was a situation, do you think they would have any liability incurred if a student didn't have the proper training to do what they're doing?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I would think that they would have, limited liability of anything, that's just, at all. Because at the end of the day, this person is going to work for somebody who is going to have to validate their skills, and then that employer takes on the responsibility and liability of that employee. I don't think these accreditation programs would ever do that. And how would you, even manage that? So I know it's difficult.
Yes, Jenny.
I think maybe we would put this in front of the compounding committee and let them discuss that, since there's so many different views.
That's a really good idea. Yes, sir, Rick.
And if we did decide to talk about this further, I'd like to get the perspective of the accreditation of the ASHP. They can maybe explain why they feel this is appropriate, for their side of it, why they decided to do this. In the beginning, like you said, it's a new program, so maybe it's something they need to explain better before we take any action to.
So we've had the suggestion that we allow our compounding task force to look at this, which takes them into the sterile as well. So, probably a good thing. And then have them possibly come up with some additional information for us. Is everybody in agreement with that? Doesn't really require a vote. But
I'm in agreement.
Can they do it by May?
we will see. Allison's saying no. By August.
August is much more doable.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wilroy, we were going to send this to our compound task force so that we can look at it and completely vet it. We thank you and Bradley for bringing it forward so that we could have this robust conversation and be able to look to see if we need to take further action.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, as far as our agenda, we're going to go back up to H, which is the consideration of and for possible action concerning enforcement reports. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Caroline so she can walk us through it.
Everybody, okay. Well, the top chart of the first page, this is the total number of complaints that were closed in the first quarter. So you're looking at numbers as of the end of November. And the bottom of the first page, that is a breakout of those that were closed in the first quarter by disciplinary action and those that were closed with other action, not resulting in formal disciplinary action. And then on page 2 of the closed report, that skipped to the open complaints. So yeah, on page, so this is page 2 of the closed report. And this is a comparison of the first quarter of the current fiscal year with the quarterly average for all of the last fiscal year. So you can see how the first quarter closures compared with all of last fiscal year.
Which, Donnie, kind of goes back to your question about earlier about, how's the staff doing in a virtual world? And I would say that a 4% difference is virtually exactly the same with more challenges. So, Caroline, congratulations to your team for being so efficient during these challenging times.
Thank you. And then the next report is on your open complaints. And this was run as of December 30th. So these were the number of open complaints that you have and how their age of open complaint. And then it also shows a comparison of resolution time over the last several years. That's in chart 1. That is your open complaints.
All right. Any questions for Carolyn?
I think even more amazing is just the continued improvement in resolution time despite the circumstances.
I agree.
Thank you very, very much, Carolyn. Your team's doing great, so thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Caroline.
Hi, Donnie.
Thank you.
All right. And then with that, I believe we've got some agreed board orders to go through.
Yes, these would all be the agreed board orders that were sent to you prior to the board meeting. So you have charts and then the associated orders attached to those for each of these categories. First, the first category would be, again, those that have already been entered by the executive director. And if you have questions on those, you can certainly bring those up now or at any time in regard to what you've authorized the executive director to enter based on your instructions. And then following that would be agreed board orders and default orders resulting from informal conferences that were held, and also those that are proposed by mail. In the charts, you'll notice that each of the orders has the associated board members that were at the informal conference, and for those that are slightly less serious, those are the ones that we resolve by mail per your previous instructions. And then finally, there would be a section for proposed remedial plans, and we would need a motion to approve the orders, the default orders, and the remedial plans presented to you, unless you have questions.
If there are no questions, if it pleases the board, we can take a
I'll make that motion.
Motion on all. We've got a motion from Daniel, and we've got a second from Bradley. Allison, you want to take a
I think
vote
Donnie.
on that? I'm sorry.
I think Donnie had a question.
No, I was just going to
Donnie.
second it. I'm sorry. I was just going to second it if you needed one.
All right.
All right,
Allison,
you ready
you
to
want
vote?
Mhm.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yocum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori, I don't think she's back yet. Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And then the next thing on the board or on our agenda is just things that you want on the agenda for May 11th, which will be our next board meeting, to please bring them forward. I have asked that, Allison, we do a little bit of a legislative update since we know that there will be things filed by then, and so that we're aware of what's going on. We do have a number of informal conferences. So tomorrow is informal conferences. There are March 2nd and 3rd, April 6th and 8th. And then our next board meeting is May 11th. So unless, yes, Allison?
Well, I just wanted to let you know the things that you discussed during this meeting that I've made a note to put on the next meeting. Besides, Julie mentioned legislative update, and we kind of talked about that earlier. We'll also include some data from the prescription monitoring program and what that's looking like. You discussed having additional comments from individuals who are using the automated dispensing system, like the pilot project, but under the emergency declaration. So we'll track those people down and hopefully get someone to come on. We also will have the or the compounding advisory group to look at the FDA MOU and get input from stakeholders on that. And then we'll also have that group look at virtual sterile compounding training issues. And I believe Rick Fernandez also wanted to have on the agenda for May a discussion regarding having policies and procedures with regard to ownership of pharmacies. Is that right, Rick? You wanted to look at that issue. You referenced 281.65. That's disciplinary. I don't think that's where we'd actually put any rules that we wanted to do with regard to policies and procedures, but it came out of discussions that were around that rule.
Okay, well, maybe I can follow up with you and give you better detail of what I'm looking for.
Okay, yeah. And if anything else that you think of between now and the May board meeting that you would like on the agenda, if we can just get that, obviously sooner rather than later is always better, but at least a month before the board meeting. So the May board meeting, I'm not sure the exact date, but usually it's
May 11th.
11th.
11th. Oh, it's a little later. So if we can get it by, April 11th, 10th, 9th, 11th, something like that, then we, can make sure we have it all on the agenda, posted the way we need to, and ready to go.
And I'll
go back. Oh, go ahead, Daniel.
I was just gonna say, I'll make some adjustments to the mission vision statement that we discussed, and we'll probably try to send that out sooner than the meeting. If there's a way that Kirsten and I can figure out how to do so without violating any open meetings aspects.
We can send it, to the board members, and we send that blind CC. We can send it out to them so they can be reviewing it in the meantime. And then we'll definitely have that on the agenda again next meeting as well.
Great.
And then Allison, there was that email from Chris Demby that we need to go back and look at. He had something for the May 11th agenda, I believe, or requested something. I'll go back and look at it.
Yeah, we'll have that. That didn't come up during the meeting, but these are the things that came up. So, but yes, we got that.
All right. If there is no other business in regards to our future meetings, if I could have a motion for us to go into executive session to conduct the evaluation of our executive director.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
By show of hands, we won't take a roll call vote. Everybody in favor of going to executive session? All right, so a closed meeting will now be held for the purpose of conducting deliberations regarding personnel matters under the authority of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. The date is February 2nd, 2021, and the time is now 2:03. This meeting will now be held in executive session.
And you have to go to a different link.
Right. We have to go to a different link. So if everybody looks to see.
You do not need to exit here though. Don't leave this meeting. Just turn off your camera and mute yourself.
There we go. There we go.
Can you hear me? Okay, I went hang up the. Okay, am I live?
back over to Sue.
No,
We can't hear you, Julie.
I said all that and y'all didn't hear me.
All of a sudden,
All right.
your mouth is moving.
So I'm going to call the executive session to a close. The purpose of the executive session was for us to only have an evaluation done. There were no decisions or votes taken. So at 2:37, I will say executive session completely closed and that we are back into our regular meeting. There is actually no other items on the agenda unless a board member has something to bring forward. So I will say that, this is a legislative session. I would encourage all the board members to stay current with what's going on in the industry. Make sure that you know what's out there so that if something comes up, we can discuss it at a future time. But with that, I do want to make sure, as always, and thank Anne and Amy and Shada for all that they do to make these meetings occur, because I know it is a ton of work hurting us. We again want to welcome Anne Dew as our financial person. Obviously, she's going to make a great addition to our staff. And then, Allison and Kirsten and Megan and Caroline and John, even though he's not on, for all the work that they did in preparation for the meeting. So with that, if I have a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
So Donnie has made a motion, and I believe Rick Tisch has got our second. If there are no objections, then we stand adjourned for this, and we will see you on May the 11th for the next board meeting.
Thanks, Julie.
thank you.